Hello. So, first order is start the music. What kind of music you guys like?
Um,
Could
I don't
just
know
do
what's the theme behind this town that we're at now.
I need some Scooby-Doo chase music.
Oh wait, that's the theme song.
I like this song. That's a good song. So goals first or recap first, I wonder.
Yeah, my mic is great.
Let's do goals first.
Goals.
All right. So Reva, all three of your, or no, just two of your goals are public. Or no, one of your goals is public. Yeah. So first and second are private. Gotcha. Third one is to discover if there is a type of metal that is lighter and more flexible than gilded metal. If there is, do whatever might be necessary to make armor out of it. Correct? We'll get Theta's goals later. Reva, you're level 6?
No. Wait, yeah. Yes.
Okay. Rosetta, you're level 7?
Yes.
You have 2 private goals.
Yes.
And your third goal is to learn more about Arcage. Wolfsbane, you have 2 private goals and you are level 6, correct?
Oh, let me check.
I think you
I believe so. Yeah, I'm level 6.
Okay, you didn't level last session then.
I do not think so, no.
I think it was Theta who leveled up last session. Alright, so your second goal is the public one. It is either find a contract, get some money, or find a better weapon. Both hopefully achievable this session. Alright, and then your quest is to journey to Voidhope Citadel.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
I kind of forgot. What are we doing at Voidhope Citadel? Like, why are we going there?
So the main reason you guys were traveling to Voidhope Citadel is because Theta had a vision. Also, Reva prayed to Emir, and it led her to Theta's Black Book, which had a map straight, like, pointing towards Voidhope Citadel.
Okay, so it's kind of vague, but...
It is a bit vague, but I think that the general gist of it, according to the players, from what I could tell, was... Well, recently, Theta discovered that he has a illness, along with Wolf and Rosetta. Theta's a little bit more advanced. In your encounter with the monster thing, the special friend in the swamp where you killed the children in Verona, they gave you a present. It was not a good present. It was like a disease, contagion. Jin revealed this to Theta last session. On the travel, he met with his caretaker, and she told him that it's sort of a contagion originating from the, like, broodmother leviathans in the Void Sea.
Cool.
And I think you were here, but I'm not sure. Theta actually heard one during his journey to Arcage. We kind of sped things up at the end. It got a little bit hectic.
Yeah, the end of last one, I was, if you remember, kind of loopy.
Kind of out of it a little bit. That's all right.
Then they had like a whole hour and a half afterwards.
Yeah. There's a lot of interesting answers and questions in like the last hour or so of last session. So, previously on Secrets of Ebbon, session 13. Following the funeral of the children in Verona, Reva and Rosetta get some liquor from Clarence at the tavern. Reva retreats to her room, and Rosetta speaks with Wolfsbane about the past. Wolfsbane has a surprisingly deep conversation with Jin about the House Unwavering and the events surrounding the past few days. Theta stays quiet in the tavern. Rosetta eventually finds her way to Reva's room for their conversation. Reva shows Rosetta a present that she got from Exarch Desmond, a small bear trinket formed into a necklace. When Rosetta doesn't want to put the necklace on, Reva puts it on, and collapses on the ground, seemingly dead. Rosetta then calls Theta, then Tuck, then the rest of the party to come to help her. At first, Tuck thinks that the necklace is the one that he gifted one of the dead children, Lucy, on her first birthday, but later recants his story. Rosetta sees a woman, dressed in armor, holding onto Reva's shoulder opposite of her own, out of the corner of her eye. Wolf lets Jin in on the plan, and Theta finally arrives, more level-headed than the rest of the party. He decides to petition his patron to help casting Dispel Magic on Reva, and is greeted with two futures, one resulting in a cracked half-orb of Shaper, and one resulting of the loss of his mouth. Or their mouth. Whoops. He chooses the latter. Before bed, Jin decides to make a phone call to the House Unwavering. When making an appointment, he finds out that the wait time is more than he'd hoped, and he trades half of his soul to join the VIP program for better wait times, among other things. After awakening, everyone heads back to their room. After Reva's awakening. This is why I record these things. After Reva's awakening, everyone heads back to their rooms. Wolfsbane makes a detour to tell her not to do anything stupid like that in the future before leaving in the morning. Wolf and Rosetta stop by the general store to pick up the bounty for finding the children, then they depart the city, hoping to find a clear path to Arcage. Along the journey, Reva scouts and Jin finds the way forward. The time for Jin's meeting with his caretaker finally comes around. During the meeting, he finds a back room with the operator and a switchboard operator in it. Later, he talks with Amelia, his caretaker, about a plethora of different subjects, namely, Theta, Rosetta, and Wolf have all been subjected to a contagion originating from a Leviathan broodmother. Ending the session, they arrive at the gates of Arcage. You arrive at the gate. That's where you do the thing.
Sorry, I'm chewing food.
I turn to Wolfsbane and like nudge him on his like, I guess, hand because he's too tall, and I'm gonna be like, "Hey, question.
What?
What races are considered slaves? I don't know if halflings are considered anything good here."
Well, I don't know too much about halflings. Mainly, it's orcs, Goliaths, races that don't look as human as well. Elves, humans, that type of stuff do. Probably won't be treated as well as some other people, but I doubt you're gonna get thrown into slavery.
I just wonder if we can actually free roam in this place easily or not.
Well, I'm not too sure. How the hell are we even getting in?
This is a great opportunity to describe your surroundings.
Mm.
Let me explain. You stand on a bluff, overlooking a set of square, colossal walls adorned with massive braziers every 25 feet or so along the top. The buildings on the inside of the tower, facing the metal gate, are small 1 or 2 story wood buildings. And on the outskirts, you see somewhat small rice paddies and, normal plants that you would see grow in the north. Hardy stuff like potatoes and other root crops. And in the center, you see a colossal square, almost pyramid-shaped keep, known as Kill King's Keep, with one tower high above the rest in the center. The area you're at right now is like a bluff overlooking the city, sort of wooded. You guys marched upstream and then went further north. And so you're looking downhill at just a massive set of walls. It's quite imposing from a distance. the weather is currently scorching heat. Very hot, very
Scorching
clear.
heat.
Yeah.
Scorching heat in the north.
Rosetta would have taken her like cloak off and would be holding it over her head, trying to get herself some shade. And is like, should we get to the gates and try to find somewhere cool? If we are allowed to free roam there, I don't know what our races are considered here.
Even, so River writes, even if, you would be considered a slave race, I don't know how far the Reveal's influence extends, but even then I don't think they would openly harm anyone or try to enslave anyone under the Reveal's contract.
And,
Yeah, let's
well,
try to charge for a slave.
Well, if they even try to take one of us, well, let's just say their skull ain't gonna be in one piece.
Calm down there, big boy. Don't
I
kill
don't
anyone
know.
until we get inside the walls. Theta, by the way. Whoops.
Okay, I was like, who the fuck is that?
Who the fuck? It kind of sounded like freaking Zephyr, and I'm like, Zephyr, you're still here?
No, Zephyr seems to have departed on one of the first nights that you guys were traveling.
I don't think causing a scene is the best idea. If it comes down
Well,
to
I'm not gonna cause a scene unless they make the first move.
Huh?
What?
What?
So Wolfsbane just
I
is not
said
going to cause a
nothing.
scene until...
I said I'm not gonna cause a scene unless they make the first move. Then I will.
Anyways,
Wolfsbane and I would probably talk at the same time exactly how we did when we said our stuff, and we're like, what? What? I didn't say anything.
Anyways, we should probably get going. It doesn't help us standing around.
No, it's very fucking hot.
And so you said we're on like the edge of like a bluff or like a cliff?
Yeah, so you're on a hill, like a hilled forest, essentially. It's pretty steep. You can see out like past the tree line, the imposing walls of Arcage, and the spiring keep in the center.
I feel like we were given something to do at Arcage, but I'm blanking. And I don't know where my notebook is. So is there a quest or something we have in Arcage?
Yeah, we practically employed to get an artifact.
Yeah, it was pretty much that. It was to get some, I think it was like a spear or something, because that was the key to the bridge to Void Hope Citadel.
Yeah.
The key to... Okay, I remember the bridge and the key. I just didn't remember that it was to Void Hope Citadel. I thought we had to, like, open a bridge in Arcage.
No.
See, this is why I should keep track of where my notebook is.
Well, there are always the recaps as well, so...
Well, that's fair, but hey, don't recommend ways to improve myself to me.
You guys head off towards the city.
Yeah, steep hills don't mean nothing to me. I'm rogue, I'm good.
I just stepped down the hill.
Make a dex save.
Not literally.
No, I know, but it's funny. Do it. Uh-oh. You guys have to wait for Wolf, because his huge, massive feet want to just fall down. And just...
I'm like probably ahead of everyone.
Is it? Okay, so... I know, so Reva has wings, right? But, like, I know she can't, like, actually fly yet. But, is it feasible that, like, you know
help
how...
her balance?
Huh?
Like it would help her balance?
Not balance, but, like, while she's going down the hill, she's essentially, like, using her wings as, like, a buffer as she's going down. right? That makes sense. Almost sort
Yeah,
of like a
your
parachute.
Almost
center
like an
of
extra
gravity,
hand.
your center of gravity would be affected by the wings. Yeah, sort of like a prehensile tail or whatever. You know,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
in the same way. Yeah.
yeah. Like you literally using her wings as sort of like a buffer as she's going down. Not gliding or flying, but sort of slows her descent a bit, I would think.
Like almost using it as an extra hand to like reach out to like a wall that you're going down by.
I wasn't thinking that exactly, but like you know how okay, so like you know how someone is falling from a parachute, right? And then they're like their descent is slower because like the wind like catches underneath. That sort of thing. I don't know if that makes any sense at all.
Yeah.
Is
No,
this a smooth hill, or is it just like jagged edges and stuff?
it's basically like I don't know, a hill at like a 60-degree angle. Very steep, you know, just massive. You probably used to be a big mountain, but it got eroded over time based on, you know, the river that you guys passed and all that. Probably you're going over one of the old switchbacks over when the terrain used to be more hilly and less flat. Because everything around this, except for this, is a plain.
All right, so yeah, you would see Rosetta like tracking forward than everyone else, and like speeding up, slowing down depending on how steep it is, and then if needed, would be doing a flip, getting down, practically just doing fucking acrobatics going down this hill.
You flip.
Do a flip.
Anyways, anyway, Arkage. Arkage.
So how are we gonna get in?
So,
Do you think it's just free to get in?
Make a perception check, Reva. Because you're probably the one with the best perception. You'd notice this first.
Reva loves perception checks.
What's your passive?
16. I just rolled it, but my passive is 16.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you guys would see this. I was just hoping you would see something more detailed. So there's a big iron portcullis facing southeast or so. It's pretty much aligned exactly how it is on the map.
I mean, kind of because of the dancing lizard. There we go.
You don't like my lizard?
No, I love the lizard, but we just couldn't see the details you were describing because of the lizard.
Okay. So you see all around it basically walls that are immensely thick towards the bottom and more narrow towards the top. They're, you know, slanted at like an 80-degree angle, like going all the way up to the top where it goes straight up, and then you see the braziers on the top. And then the southeast facing gate has like a sort of guardhouse on each side of it, and a portcullis. There is like not a line, but a cavalcade of enterers and exiters.
So that's like an open gate. Okay.
Yeah, it's open. There are guards
Okay.
letting people in and out, taking something and giving something. You can't see from here what exactly is going on, but there's some sort of exchange happening at the gate.
Okay. And do most of these people seem like just citizens or slaves or?
So the races of the people exiting the city are mainly human. The people entering the city are mainly slave races.
And like, what kind of races do we see there?
So, the characters in this world would know, especially you being, having lineage from Regil and, places where slavery is entirely legal, would know that mostly slave races are people like Goliath, Orc, any sort of Simic hybrid, basically anything that looks human but, like, humanoid but isn't. So like tabaxi, just anyone who isn't an elf or like dwarf looking type thing
Or
is
or
usually
human.
Dragonborn are the very limited exception for this, especially here in Arcage.
They're
But
too intimidating.
other people as well. No, dragons in general are looked at as like a royalty.
Mm.
Mostly in the north. You don't really see a lot of Dragonborn in the south and southwest. So like in Arstoth or Rigiel.
Hmm.
But they're not too uncommon in the north. They seem to like the cold. Some of them.
Well,
Yeah, but
then,
most of the people entering the city are like the slave races, and most of the people exiting are, merchant lookalikes or, mercenaries and stuff like that, leaving out of the south gate that are humanoids.
Okay. Well then, I believe we should go forward, right?
Yeah.
Nowhere else to go unless we're going back to Calm.
No, we do have a job here, and so we're gonna do it.
Hope we can get in and be able to free roam. I want to go to the library. If they have one.
Where the hell's this spear supposed to be anyway?
Who knows? But you know what? Do you know what might tell us?
Probably clever.
Books.
No, probably
too.
a guard or something. Maybe we can find a noble that might know. Interrogating now. That's an effective way of getting information.
Where are you guys having this conversation?
Oh, I think
A
it's
bit away
Probably
from
as
the
we're
gate, like
looking
not in
on.
earshot as we're walking. Probably.
as we're walking. But also, correct me if I'm wrong. Weren't we told that Clement wanted to meet us or something about the key, the key to Void Out?
I believe you guys were given a sort of writ, bounty paper.
Yeah.
Saying, we're looking for someone to find us here.
Okay.
Sammy, I'm eating a cookie now. In remembrance of you. So, Jim, or fucking Theta, you've been pretty quiet today.
What? What do you want me to say? There's a giant city right there? What? I'm just glad,
Have you been
I'm
here
just glad
before?
we're finally here. It's taken us long enough to get here.
Wait, Theta. Do you think it's a bit too quiet? Is Jin here?
Yeah, Jin's kind of a little quiet in the background.
Okay, never mind.
If we get
I
stuck.
thought it was going to be...
Or Arya is... Yeah, Arya's in the back. Just, like, kind of following up.
Okay, never mind.
Seems...
What kind
No,
of
they seem quiet
They
today.
seem a bit changed. Can't tell why.
As we come closer to the city, what kind of music do we hear?
What kind of... You hear the wind howling through the giant stone city of Arcage. That's what you hear.
Hell.
Man, you'd think if it's so fucking windy, we'd actually get a nice breeze to cool us down.
Yeah, so you guys
Alright,
are,
are we...
you guys are waiting in line right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, are we waiting in line yet?
Yeah.
Who's in front of us?
Rosetta, I think the problem is the draft's just up here, and I kind of put my hand like where head level is. I think you're just a bit too short. You're missing out on it.
I ungrip one hand from my jacket, and I'm like on my tippy toes, like trying to like reach my hand up, see if I can feel the wind.
After you get a little bit past head level, it starts to actually pick up, yeah.
It probably also doesn't help that you're wearing a scarf.
Yeah, but the scarf has nothing to do with it. It could be all the black, just absorbing the heat. As I'm like starting to actually like waft my jacket and like make like a breeze for myself. Who's in front of us?
The people in front of you are just like making a little bit of like side eye and just turning straight ahead, trying not to make eye contact with you. There is
Me?
there are 3 like feline-esque tabaxi and a dragonborn behind them.
Can I make an insight check if Rava sees that? See what it might be about.
See what might be what.
Or like the look that they might, or like if Rava can notice it.
Yeah,
Sure.
I would have incited it.
Both of you can. Why not? They're just like it's kind of weird for a slave to have 3 or 4 masters.
What?
That's the
shit.
kind of look they're giving you.
Oh.
Also, a lot of people are looking very, very strangely at Arya. I don't think they've seen a tiefling before.
And it would seem that halflings are a slave race.
No.
Are
Halflings are not a slave race.
Oh, they're not.
But orcs and Goliaths are. So they're kind of like, you can glean from this that they think that Wolf is some sort of high-value slave.
Yeah, if
I want
if
to.
we all
Can I, like,
seem to be, if we all seem to be
I wanna-
masters, Wolfbane, why aren't you giving me a nice breeze and cool me down?
I'm gonna give Rosetta just a dirty look.
I was trying to make a joke. Make a joke, man.
And if there's anybody like looking at me peculiar, looking down at me, well, not down at me, they're looking up at me because I'm taller than everybody here. I'm just gonna kind of, is sneer the right word?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna sneer at him.
Like a grin, meaning like just distaste or displeasure. Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, like a mocking smile, kind of like.
There's like
kind of like a mix of intimidation and scorn.
There's a dragonborn in front of you, and then in front of him is 3 people that are, the feline type tabaxi. The dragonborn seems to meet your eyes and your grin, and turn around as if, he took offense to the look. But you guys see overhead that you're next in line right after them, and you see the towering walls of Arcage. Could you all make a con save?
Oh boy.
No.
No.
Okay. So Rosetta, as soon as you pass under the walls, you get a shiver down your spine, the likes of which you've probably never experienced. It just feels like...
Oh, finally something cooling.
Feels everything just dropped like 50 degrees. Everyone else feels this, but it's sort of like walking down a long hallway that slowly has air conditioning at the very end. So it goes slow, you get colder and colder as you enter the city.
You see Rosetta shiver, like, actually, like, very viciously, and then she, like, puts her jacket on. And she has, like, I don't know, not quite like a worried look, or, kind of like a stressed look a little bit. A little distressed, but not too much.
Sure.
Wait, is it, like, actually chilly, or is it, like, actually, like scary chills?
It's, like, actually cold. At first you thought you were just like, nervous, and it was like a nervous chill. It is not.
Okay.
You know what? Rava still has her knight's vestment, her knight's vestments on her. She's just gonna give that to, even though it's like twice her height or twice the length of Rosetta. Rava will just give her the knight's vestments for now, because she can bundle up in that. Because why not?
You usually wrap me up like a burrito.
I made you
I'll wrap you up, and then Wolfbane will just carry you under his arm.
I'm just a burrito under your arm.
I don't know. Does Rosetta wrap herself around as a burrito?
Yeah, I started because I don't want to get it on the floor. You see me trying to like wrap it up as much as I could without getting it too dirty.
As Rosetta wraps it up, I'm just gonna like reach down and finish wrapping it up, and then just pick her up and carry her under my arm.
And I guess I'm now just like a like I don't know, like soggy bread or like a little fish. I'm just like, I'm not gonna like be straightened. I'm just gonna like actually like just start dangling from his arms. Like I guess his arm is around my stomach, like folded in half, dangling.
So you're actually carrying Rosetta, just like a board. Okay.
Not quite a
Gotta
board because I'm
get
dangling.
that
a little
workout
bit.
in.
No
Are you-
resist.
Are you
But-
facing the side or the ground or up? Like on his side.
What do you mean?
Like your eyes, are they pointed outwards or upwards or downwards?
Well, because I'll be kind of like dangling, I'll be mostly looking at the ground, but I'll eventually I look up every so often, and then if someone actually speaks to me, then I'd actually like try to make eye contact. But I'm just dangling now.
Sounds about right. Alright, thank you. So as you approach the gates, hopefully this plays. You see a city forlorn. It's snowing inside. The white snow gently dusting onto the dark gray stone tiles of the roofs in the city. And in the tower, at the very center of the city, you see glowing like lanterns in the like dark holes that you saw outside. It seems like the walls are some sort of magical barrier. For like, you know, you can't see inside, but you can see once you're inside.
All right, so Rosetta, I bet you no one will actually see, but her eyes, as soon as she sees snow, is gonna like widen, and then like, oh, she kind of just flumps a bit more, and she's clearly just staring at the ground. Maybe a couple of droplets.
There's two pikemen dressed all in black and red that are, like, forming an X with their two pikes. State your business.
Reba, do you have the bounty sheet or whatever we've got?
I believe Reva does. I think.
She's fishing that out. I have Rosetta in one hand, and the other one I'm just gonna light a cigarette because I established I can do it with one hand because, well, I'm so talented.
Well, also I'm only so light. I'm only so heavy.
How heavy are you?
I am actually 37 pounds.
That's it?
That's it.
Holy
I
shit.
mean, 37 pounds.
I'm a
plus
skinny-
the equipment-
I'm a
equipment
skinny
you carry.
halfling.
My character, Jesus Christ, I could crush you with my hand.
I've sent you the sketches I did not last session, but one of the other sessions, right? I'm a very skinny halfling.
Jesus Christ, I could kill you with my bare hands. My
all you gotta do
character's
is squeeze me and I'm probably dead.
367 pounds.
Yep,
So the guard stands in front of you, like a sort of face covering up to his nose. He's looking at Wolfsbane in disgust. And he looks at Reva and says, state your business, or be
I
gone.
would say, but hey, this time she finally fishes out the bounty contract thing.
Arya actually was the one who had it. She handed it to. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I really want to spit on this guy.
Don't do it, Wolfsbane. Whatever you're thinking of, don't do it.
Do you have papers for this one? No undocumented workers in the city.
Brava's just gonna give him like a look, like her eyes are just kind of did.
He doesn't have any.
He is on our contract as well. I'll speak up, but I'm still not looking up.
And he looks down at you.
I'm not even looking at him. I'm looking at the ground.
Are you an invalid? We
No.
have Are you an invalid? We have, machinists for, to make chairs for you.
No, I just got cold.
I'm just gonna kind of look down at this guy, and just kind of in a really grumbly tone.
He looks.
She can walk.
He looks fairly, imposing. It's not every day you've seen a man like this. It is, perhaps one of the elite guards. He's not as tall as you, but he's at least as strong.
Just a little bitch.
I just, I kind of just slide out of Wolfsbane's grasp, and I stand up, still like bundled up in frickin' Reva's coat like a burrito, and I'm like, yeah, I can walk, and like her cheeks are a little bit rosy, and she's still trying not to make too much eye contact.
He puts his pike in like his armpit and like rests it against him, and he unscrolls the scroll that you gave him. You are? State your names, please.
Rosetta Francois.
He looks at Reva.
She takes out a book and writes Reva Lindbeer.
And that is a familiar? Or what is that? And he points to the thing probably resting on your arm or shoulder.
He is a friend.
He gives you a strange look and moves on to looking at Jin. And you are? Arya. And you. And he points at Theta. Theta. And he like balks when Theta talks into his mind.
Yes.
And you. And he looks up at Wolf.
You need titles or just my name?
Titles preferred. Anything that would help you get into the city.
Well, my titles probably won't help me get into the city, so let's just leave it at the name. Wolfsbane.
Are you a miner or fighter or what's your profession?
He's one of our fighters.
Formerly of the Three Sons Mercenary Guild operating out of Amdoria Regale.
Formerly. Please
We had a
explain.
dispute.
I see. Are you a... Then he looks at the other pikeman standing beside him. Freed person.
Yeah.
He works with us.
I ain't no goddamn slave.
So where's your brand at?
My brand is on the back of my neck.
So it's not visible.
It's like on the it's not visible. It's like right where the collar of my shirt would be. Like it's like right under that. So my shirt would be covering it, and also the jacket collar would be definitely covering it.
So he gives you a look, and you can tell he's gonna ask that question next.
Which I just realized I have two different brands.
Yeah, you would, because you have two different...
The Three Sons brand is there, and then on my right my right pectoral muscle, that's where the Afmeril brand is.
You can tell that, like, you've been through a scenario like this when you enter cities, where you can tell that's what he's about to ask, but he, like, looks back up at you, and he looks directly at your chest instead of looking at your eyes, and then he looks up at you. And he takes a deep breath. He stands aside. He says, "Welcome to Arcage."
I'm sure I'll have a great time.
And he, like...
And I walk.
Yeah,
past
both of them stand parallel to you, allowing you passage.
Yeah, maybe before, like, as Ray was walking, she just gives them one last look of, like, she, like, how they were giving looks of disdain to Wolfsbane, she also gives the look of.
And I guess I'm just waddling in now. Can't really walk too far fast.
I'm gonna
Wait,
fish
so real quick-
around my inventory and like through my common clothes or whatever. Do I have like a hat, like a wool hat or something?
I don't see why you would. This is like the only wintry place you've ever been. It's like unseasonably cold for pretty much everyone here. I don't think you've ever experienced cold like this. Like, I don't... Unless there's reasons. You know, maybe I could see Rosetta possibly
Well, there's probably
having
reasons,
it big
because
in the north.
Wolfsbane, he hasn't just been in Regale, he's also been, what the fuck's the place called? The Drakes, right? Those are the mountains up there.
Oh.
He's kind of been all over the world.
Yeah, the
I
Drakenspine
realize this is
Mountains.
my fault because I have not fully fleshed out my backstory, but he's not just in Regale. That's just where the mercenary group is based out of, but they've been contracted to
Sure.
many different places.
Okay, so you've been in a northern place then, so you would have that.
Yeah, I've been in a northern place.
Sure. Reva,
and so-
do you think you have ever been in a northern area like this before?
probably not. But honestly, I don't think. I mean, she's wearing rather. She's wearing armor and stuff. I don't think cold would really bother her.
And I'm not wearing the hat, by the way. I was just seeing if I had the hat to do something with it.
Okay.
The hat's obviously way too big for Rosetta, but anyway, I'm just gonna kind of put the hat on Rosetta.
The giant hat.
A giant hat and a giant coat that's now being wrapped as a burrito.
That's great.
So now she can't see. She can barely walk.
So,
But real quick before we continue, Rava, I know this is probably going to backfire, but I don't care. Can Rava make like an intimidation check while she was giving them like disdainful look at the
sure.
at the guards that were there? $17, not bad. She's like her I don't know how common asthma are, but
Fairly uncommon. Yeah. It's probably not. It's the first time he's seen one this year, probably.
this year probably hasn't seen one that has like black like pitch black eyes. So it's like staring into darkness.
Ooh, I have a hypothetical question.
Mhm.
This is obviously I didn't tell them my titles, but if I did tell them my designated title, what would have happened?
Depends on how well connected the guy is. Probably would have.
Because I have the title and the nickname, so I don't know if he would have known that. But even then, it's not a very pleasant title anyway.
If he would have hesitated and like gave him that, but like recanted or whatever, like you delivered it well enough to where he's probably not interested in. Yeah, he's probably not going to think twice about it. But if you had, he probably would have tried to remember.
Okay.
Anyway.
Also, how well did that intimidation check go?
That's probably like part of the reason he didn't ask for his mark. Every slave has a brand that gets put on them somewhere. It varies by trading company, varies per year.
Right.
Anyway, so in front of you, you see a cold and cobbly street, veiled in snow. It doesn't seem to be laying on the ground. It seems to just phase through it, the snow. There's always like a slight powder. It's almost mystical, the way that it just seems to not pile up in the roads. There is a very metropolitan feel about the city. It's all stone and metal, like dark iron, dark stones, but it's very grid-like, this city. There's a big square road around the outer edges, and it's bisected, just like a city is, with square, like segments of buildings. There's one main road to, like, the center square where, a lot of the big shops are, namely, right in front, like, the first building you see, is a, like, short, squat little building. One second. There's a thing about this. One sec. Reading my notes.
I also work just time of days.
It's like it's hard to tell. When you were outside headed in, it was like noon, midday. When you're in here, it feels like twilight.
Great.
So in the empty square, as soon as you enter the city, there's like a big, like a, what do you call it? Monolith. Elongated pyramid shape, followed by like an empty cobblestone courtyard. Past that, you can see like a big main road headed straight for the keep in the center. And then a little bit past the courtyard, like on the side, there is a very large geodesic smooth stone building, meaning like a half circle, with like white quartz windows. You can kind of see inside of it. Bisecting the like geodesic shape of the smooth stone building is dark riveted iron and a huge gate with like torches on the outside. That's the main building, you can tell. There's, small little residential areas where probably nobles live, or, inns, perhaps. That's it, but do the thing. What are you guys doing?
Rosetta is tripping and falling and landing on her face.
Damn.
And because she's in a burrito, she can't get up.
Roll a d4.
She just lays there.
Oh boy.
Okay, you take 2 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
So Reva, noticing Rosetta just falling on her face, she's just gonna, like, like how Wolfsbane was on picking her up. Now she's just now Rosetta is just gonna be slung over her shoulder.
You're picking Rosetta up, putting her over your shoulder.
Is my head in
she's
front
gonna have
or
a
is
face
it in
full
the
of
back?
wing. Your face is in the back. You just have a face full of wing.
Mirka
Sneeze.
pecks at your hair.
How? I have a hat on.
Through the hat.
Yeah, don't fuck with my hat, bird.
It's like a little knit hat. It's picking it through it.
I'm gonna swat at the bird.
Oh. You wanna
Not
make
like
a
just
melee
like shoot
attack?
away, not like a hit it.
You wanna make a bludgeoning fist attack? Do it.
No.
It only
shoot
has
away.
like 1 HP. You
One
can kill it in 1 hit.
No.
I could crush its skull. I'm just shooing it away.
Reva is going to just give you a look and then just give Mirka a look of like, please don't do this. Should I make an N1 handling or something?
If you like.
Sure.
20.
It listens to you intently. It refrains from doing that in the future.
And in return, like a chunk of meat and just gives that to Mirka.
In Wolfsbane's head, he's just like looking at the bird and he's saying, "That's right, bitch, lay off the hat."
Wait, but the hat still stay on? Like, I'm like slugged over her shoulder. And it's big. On my head.
Yeah, I mean, probably. I mean, if anything, your head is like.
If it
near
starts
one
to
of her
fall, I'll
wings.
just pull it over your face like a ski mask, but without the holes.
I think my face would be facing the ground.
I mean, like if anything, it like your might be like facing the ground, but it's also facing one of Rava's wings. So
Mm-hmm.
she has those on her back, and
I guess that your wings would help hold that
probably.
up.
But nonetheless, Rava's gonna like just pull out her book, for Wolfsbane to read and probably recite to Rosetta. Should we head to where we need to now, or spend the night in an inn or something? It does seem to
I
be
say-
quite late, and we have been traveling.
I say we find an inn and then you can catch me up on where exactly we're supposed to be going now.
Is it already
With
evening?
all of the the thing with the squid man thing. My memory is lacking.
Oh, time of day was one of the questions. Basically, as soon as you entered the walls, when you felt the
It
chill,
always seems like twilight, right?
it seems like a twilight, sort of like midday, like sun setting but not quite dark.
But was it bright
Outside,
out when we
it
came
was
here?
it's like 2 p.m. You know, midday,
No,
slightly after.
if we have time, I definitely want to go to a library of some sorts to scour some books and research some stuff. As soon as I probably find a jacket or something. I think my jacket's a bit too thin for this snow.
Right, and I'm sure we will. It might be a good idea, to check in though first.
I'm gonna kind of pop the collar of my jacket and jokingly say to Rosetta, "You want to borrow mine?"
She ponders for a little bit and is like, I'm already burritoed enough.
Well, hell, we could just put you in like a burlap sack and carry you around.
I think I'm small enough for a potato bag.
What about we can fashion Rava a backpack and you can be sticking out of it like some people have their dogs back there.
You calling me a dog?
No, I'm just saying you're probably the size of some dogs.
I've never seen a dog that's like almost 4 feet.
Wait, how much does Rosetta weigh again? Just the funny.
37 pounds.
Oh you're almost like Rosetta is almost as heavy as like almost as like just a little like higher weight than my dog is in real life.
My dog weighs more than Rosetta.
So does my dog, but she weighs also more than I do in real life. She weighs like 160 pounds.
That's a big ass dog.
It's a Newfie. She's bred to be half the size though, so she is only as tall as me when she's standing up.
Big doggo. Anyways, is there an inn we see nearby?
An inn?
An inn!
Why do you want an inn?
We want in.
You want in?
We want in.
We want in and an in.
Why?
Because we want in and an in.
Okay.
You know, like, check in, get a room. Or
Sure.
get rooms.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Yeah. So
I'm also. Is there any like notice board in the room?
a notice board. You can't see one from like outside on the square where you guys are like kind of looking around, lost, as you do when you're in a new city. So beside in the road leading to the keep, like to the left is that big geodesic building I described. To the right is a sort of, two-tiered, narrower, made of stone on the bottom half, and then a little bit wider, made of wood on the top half. It has a sign outside saying that it is called the Heroic Hen Tavern.
Heroic
Yeah,
hen? Like a chicken?
Uh-huh.
Rava will start walking that way with
Hey,
Rosette.
Rava. Hey, Rava. Do you think do you think their chicken tastes good?
She just shrugs her shoulders.
And it just practically guts, like, just almost like a light punch to the gut.
But she's
Okay, I'm
not
back. Sorry about that.
Shrugging her shoulders that hard.
What?
Like, you raise up a bit, but then that's it. Not like getting punched.
Whoop.
Let's go.
Okay. So you go up the two steps and open the door, and can you make a I know Ravo, you would notice this just passively. There's a sign on the left side of the door that says documented workers and non-slaves only.
Well, even if they're not gonna let if we all walk in, Wolfsbane isn't. She will fight them, not like literally, but like.
She gonna fight? Okay. So she
Not like
opens
the
the door and
literal fight.
you all motion to go in?
They'll motion to go.
I
like,
miss what's
I'm dead.
happening because I just got back. Somebody called me to do something.
We're
So
walking
what's
into
happening?
the inn. We're walking into an inn,
Yeah.
Oh, no.
and Rosetta's playing dead in her burrito.
Okay. So you look like
I'm gonna walk in formidably.
you have a small dog draped over your shoulder, just dead. Please, don't bring any dead animals in here, please. No. Alright, so you open the door. Immediately you're greeted with a smell of, like, old wood, and, like, it smells like the inside of a wine barrel in here. Very, like, sweet smelling. Also, there's a bit of a draft. There's some, twilight coming in the windows. Behind the oddly Baroque wooden counter, there is a relatively underweight, black-haired, looking middle-aged lady. She, looks at Rava with a animal draped over her shoulder, and looks at Wolf, squints her eyes a bit, looks back at Rava,
He's gonna look right back.
Pussy!
Hi!
Girl.
Hello.
That's how Theta enters the inn.
Yeah. So the inside of the heroic hen I was just describing is, it's very drafty. The dark wood is smelling oddly of something sweet, almost like the inside of a wine barrel. A bit of a draft, and there's like quartz windows letting a twilight in through them. There's an odd grayscale to the whole building, and there's hardly anyone inside, actually. And I was just describing that there's a sign on the outside of the door that says, documented workers and non-slave... Wait, what did I say? Documented workers and non-slaves, right?
Yeah, non-slaves only.
Yeah. And she was looking at Reva, and then looking at Wolfsbane, and then looking back at Reva.
And Raven's looking at her.
And I'm looking at her too.
Did you read the sign, dear?
She's gonna put Rosetta down, and she
just
takes-
flops there.
Also, if that thing shits, you're
Just
gonna have to
completely
clean it
still.
up.
I'm completely still, just wrapped in a fucking cloth.
She points at the bird, and she says, also, if that thing shits, you're gonna have to clean it up yourself. What does she write? What does Reva write?
She writes,
Fuck you.
no. As much as she would like to say that, she's not. She's only... So you said this place looks pretty empty, right?
There's a couple people. They're mainly keeping to themselves, though.
Okay, but but it is still like more empty than not.
Yeah.
Okay. If Reva is gonna write, that the one wrapped over there isn't an animal. This is rather cold, so she is not used to it. My friend.
I am still playing dead.
My friend over here, indicating to Wolfsbane, is with us, and she really keeps the book that she's showing her there for emphasis.
I'm gonna, as Reva's showing this, I'm just gonna kind of walk over to the bar, lean on the bar, and just say, "Thanks, but I can talk for myself now. Best whiskey you got?" Chop chop, and I'm gonna toss the lady a whole gold piece.
Okay. You don't have to roll insight for this. She's surprised that a person like you in a place like this has money like that. She
I have more money than she does.
Yeah,
She's
she pours you a glass. You're a documented worker, right? Forgive me, it's government mandated. There can't be any... I need to see your papers, dear. If you know that if you just show her the bounty, that would be enough.
Oh wait, no, I'm gonna fucking dunk on this chick. I'm gonna show her my insignia of mercenary rank.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull open my
Your
jacket
slave
like how
sign?
fucking how Ash Ketchum has his fucking...
You mean
No,
your
this is
slave
when
brand?
No, I literally have insignia of mercenary rank that shows that I was a free worker mercenary.
Okay, yeah, that'd be good.
This was after the whole training thing. So I'm gonna
Okay.
how Ash Ketchum has his fucking gym badges on the inside of his jacket.
Yeah.
I'm gonna open my jacket and there's just gonna be a fucking badge there or whatever that shows that I'm a mercenary dude.
Roll an insight check.
And a pretty good one at that.
Also roll
Probably not
check.
much notoriety here, but down in Regale, I have notoriety. God damn it!
Yeah.
You tell that bitch. She better know who the hell you are.
Roll an insight, Wolf.
Okay. I'm trying to eat a sandwich, so.
Okay.
Who the hell you think I am?
Theta,
And I'll also guide it. Rava will guidance you by putting like a hand on your arm or something.
sick.
How does guidance work?
You
Gives
just
you a
get an
D4.
extra. You get an extra D4.
That's not gonna help me.
What? Oh,
It might.
8.
Uh,
Oh, actually,
I'll
let me
roll the
or
D4 anyway, I guess.
roll it. You got an 8.
She seems scared.
As she should be. Give me some more whiskey, bitch.
All right, so
I don't say
Give me
that in
my
character.
yeah, she sees your
bitch.
you know, essentially your rank, and she like nods her head, but she seems kind of scared at the same time. She looks at Arya next and says, "I'm sorry, dear, but I don't know why they even let you in here. There's all businesses are banned from serving tieflings." And Arya like looks down at the ground and starts to turn around.
What, is she gonna leave and then come back as like a big fucking honking human?
Probably. Who knows? She leaves. The door closes.
Where am I?
You're there. You're with everyone.
I'm there?
You're there.
You're with
Yeah, you
us!
entered the inn by yelling pussy.
Pussy! I look around, I look over towards Wolfbane, I'm like, pardon me, but when did I get here?
You were spacing out on the walk. I think you were taking a nap or something, but don't worry, I made sure you didn't fall down a mountain. Long story short, we're in Arcage, everybody's racist, and it's cold as shit. Now sit down and have a drink.
Oh yeah, alright. That's right.
You see Rosetta, she barely Rosetta, she's wrapped up in Rava's cloak, like a burrito, and she also has Wolfsbane's hat on her head, and she is laying on the ground as if she's dead.
Okay.
Man, why did Rava die? Is that on the mountain?
Rava is standing. Rosetta is on the ground.
Oh, Rosetta. When did Rosetta die?
A while back, we just couldn't have we didn't have the hard barrier, so Rava's been dragging her around with us. Mountain lions got her.
Hmm.
Rava, after like this whole business has been taken care of, she's not gonna have a drink. Like she's restraining. She is like from drinking now. But she is going to just like go pick up. She's gonna go pick up Rosetta, or not like pick her up, but like take like one end of her like jackets, and it's rather it should be warm in here, right? Like compared to
It's a lot warmer than outside. It's like
It's kind of wet.
okay, and so essentially Rava just like you know how someone like
Unrolls me?
Yeah, she's just unrolling you, or like
Wow.
unrolls you, like takes
That's-
one end of her jacket and just like
Flex
That's
it?
sanitary.
yeah, like flicks it, just rolling you out.
And so I just continue rolling until I hit something. And I'm like, yo, dude.
you end up under a table looking straight under it. There's like some sort of material like stuck to the underside of it.
It's probably barnacles.
Yeah. And then I roll out, and then I look at Rava like, dude, a little warning next time.
Oh my god, Rosetta's back from the dead. Anyways, can I get whiskey?
The lady behind the counter points at it, at the bottle, just on the counter.
Oh, excellent! I pick it up
Just give
and
us the whole bottle for that gold piece.
Your friend paid her gold already, so that should pay for like half the bottle.
half the bottle between two people. Here's another gold piece. And I'm gonna start pouring myself a shot. Well, not a shot, like a glass. A small glass.
Everyone's taking after Rava's bad drinking habits.
Oh no,
Where's
I'm just hearkening our arrival. Celebration! We made it! We're in Arcage! It sucks.
Rosetta will
there's a-
stand up and brush off all the dirt.
Oh yes, and
Uh-huh.
Rosetta's alive again. That's worth celebrating.
Fetty, look in the corner. like beside the door where you came in,
Is that pirate captain?
you see like, okay, so his face is made of tentacles. He has a mouth and eyes, and he's oddly ethereal. He's looking at you. He's like, got a little tricorn on, missing a leg.
He's a captain.
None of you can see this, just Theta.
Hmm.
And
All right.
Yet, I should say.
I think somebody's trying to flirt with me. Excuse me for a moment. As I pick up my glass and I slide out of the chair and I head over to this person in question.
Yep.
So we see you roll over and like slide into a chair and like
Slide out of a chair.
looking at an empty chair,
Yeah.
and that's who's flirting with you.
So he goes to sit down at the table with the tentacle man at it. There is no table, and there is no chair, but Theta levitates off of the ground. It looks
Cross
like
one
he's
leg
yeah.
over
It
the
looks like
other.
he's sitting at an empty table. Like there's no table. You know, he's just sitting there, and he's looking
In
at
the
something.
air.
He's looking at something. Yeah,
Hope I'm
So
not
Raven's
imposing.
gonna ignore that for a minute.
Yeah. probably.
Probably a Theta thing. But she is going to look around just to see, like, if there are any motorcycles about. No, she's gonna look around and see if there are like any like slave-looking people, right? In the tavern.
No, there are not. There are.
There's kind of a sign that says there can't be any slaves in here.
There are three humans. One is one's a dwarf
Okay.
sitting at the bar at like the far end from where everyone else is. One's sitting at an empty table reading a book, and then the other one is sitting at an empty table just looking at the table, kind of being weird.
Okay, so did I hear it wrong then? Because that's like undocumented workers weren't allowed in the tavern.
Correct.
Only documented workers and non-slaves are allowed in the tavern.
Essentially, this is a tavern for like the managers. Like,
Mm.
if you're a slave, you're not allowed in. If you don't have work documents, you're not allowed in.
Okay. Yeah. So okay then. Never mind that. We'll do that later. But Reva is going to go back up to the woman and writes, "I will be needing a room for today."
She like pauses, looking at the counter. He seems to be inspecting the wood of the counter, just like looking at the grain, and she is tracing her finger along the sides, and she takes a deep breath in and then lets it out, and she says, "I'm afraid I can't do that, dear."
Is there some reason? Is there a reason why?
Oh, we're full up. There's no more rooms left.
Insider. I say in your mind while I'm like walking
I
around
mean-
to a table.
No, don't worry. I was gonna insider before you even said insight.
Okay.
Insight.
Oh!
She's not only lying, she's lying because she hates you.
Reva can
It's my
give. Reva can. Two shits if she hates it, or she's gonna call out. She's gonna call out her bullshit. So essentially, like, you're definitely not a good liar, and perhaps if you were to treat your customers better, then you would actually have more business. Like she's like taking a jab at like.
I'm the best
like-
fucking inn in this place. You'd be hard pressed finding a better place than this, especially as clean as it is. Hell, you go to the other place down the street. Huh, don't know what kind of disease you'll wake up with.
Do I overhear this?
Yeah.
So I just start laughing at her comment on how clean it is.
I mean, it's not dirty. It's just old.
You said I saw grossness underneath the table.
Yeah, but like at the same time, it's probably a lot more clean than the other place that she's talking about, right?
We're taking a jab. So, you know.
Yeah.
We'll do this scientifically. Let's go to the other place and
So,
distribute the amount of dirt.
Theta,
Yeah.
have you been talking to this person?
Yeah, I walk up to him. I'm like, hope I'm not intruding, but you look a little lonely over here.
He's looking at you funny.
Well,
He's-
I don't think he stopped looking at me funny. To be
Like
clear.
he walked at you when you first walked in, and he seemed to like notice something, and then he like looked back at the table that he was at and just didn't really pay any attention to it. Can Theta smell things?
Yeah.
Okay. It smells like a moldy basement in here.
Yeah.
Uh,
This is about what I thought Arcade would smell like.
yeah. So this captain is looking at you, and he's making noises, and his tentacles are flapping. Or he's not making noises. He's trying to make noises, and his tentacles are flapping, but no noise is coming out.
Right. No, I agree.
He makes a gesture with his left hand. He places it he like picks it up from the table and he places it on his shoulder.
What?
He does it again. He picks up his hand from the table. He places his own hand on his shoulder, and then he looks at you.
Do you want me to come closer?
He points at your hand, and then he points at his shoulder.
Puts my hand on his shoulder.
Okay, thank you. Theta disappears. Theta, what once was ethereal is now very firm and actually real. What once was a sense of mildew and just bad smell and, everything looked kind of gross. It looks very extremely gross and it smells just terrible. But you can hear him now, and it seems that he's the only one in this building. The twilight that was gleaming through the windows is now, like a ghostly green. And the light glistening off of the wet tentacles of the captain sitting at the table is very garish. And
I'm no longer on the material plane, am I?
how are you doing? Welcome.
I'm fine.
How do you like this? How do you like the hen?
Is that what this place is called? The Hen?
Well, I guess you could call it whatever you like. I'm the only fuck in this place.
Yes. Names are primarily what a bunch of people agree upon. Yes. Etymology and all that. What's up?
So what brings you to Arcage?
Oh, we're looking for Void Hope Citadel.
Oh, you should have come to me. You should have come to me sooner. Sorry, I'm a bit excited.
Oh. Oh, do tell. Why should I have come to you?
I'm a fucking expert in the thing.
Well, finally someone is. Tell me more. I cross one leg over the other.
Well, first you should know who I am. Anyway, we're gonna go back to the tavern. Theta, who was once floating at a invisible table, is just fucking gone.
I'm just gonna.
I would not have
completely
noticed. I'm focused on the
disregard that.
Yeah, Raven's still not gonna really.
It's a Theta thing. He'll be back later.
It's a thing.
Theta's never disappeared before.
It seems like
Rosetta
something
just
Theta would
did
I
do.
not
mean,
notice.
speaking
Yeah, it's
people's
Theta Core.
minds, you've
Theta
killed
adjacent.
children. Like, it's a Theta thing.
You don't even know that I killed those children yet.
No, but I'm just like it's a Theta thing though.
Theta Core.
No, but no,
And
Raven
then
still wants to get
I-
rooms.
As Reva's trying to haggle for a room, I'm gonna kind of gesture the lady over.
How can I help you, dear?
I'm gonna slide another gold piece. I'm gonna say I'm gonna slide 4 gold pieces. I'm gonna say about how much would I need to get a room around here?
Well, for you, that'd be never fucking happening.
And then I'm gonna say in a deeper tone, very sternly looking at her, I said, how much do I need to get a room around here?
Well, you can go down the street. I think they charge like 2 copper. But here, that's...
so you're outsourcing the competition. Well, seems like you're just a shitty businessman.
Call it what you like. I just
So
rather
why
not
can't
have
someone
people
like
like
me get a
you.
room around here, huh?
Well, the general rabble that comes in this place just doesn't have the audacity to ask, but I'd say just because of the types of things that happen when people like you are around. Rather just
Now,
keep
you
it
talking
quiet.
about the half-breed mutt side of me, or are you talking about the mercenary side of me?
Just adventurers in general.
Well, what's wrong with adventurers, huh? What have they ever done to you?
Are you sure you want that question answered?
Well, there's an old story about my granddad that I could tell you, but I don't think it. I think it'd go right over your head.
Judging by the looks of things, my head's a bit higher than yours.
Well, he was a sailor. He came back. He started this tavern, and well, he had like a disease or something. It took him within weeks of opening this place. And it was his buddies who told him that they caught it on the adventure. So I don't really like adventurers very much.
Where did they catch this disease?
Well, they're sailors. You figure it out. Probably in the ocean.
They could have got it at a port, could have got an island, a boat, the sea, anywhere. Sailors go more than just one place.
I think they were headed north, but that's about all I heard. Trying to find what's north of north, you know?
Well, north and north, well then, that's just plain redundant. What are they trying to find up there?
How far the sea goes, of course.
This world is flat. It's got to end somewhere. Just kidding.
Sailing into the unknown, well, unless your pa's friends were either extremely prepared or extremely well versed, well then they were extremely dumb.
Well, one of them's actually still an adventurer.
What did you get up to nowadays?
Well, last I heard, he was headed up the Crystal Drift. Something about an artifact or something. Clemrin himself told
Crystal
him.
Drift.
Clemrin himself sent him.
Alright.
But that's... I just rather not have people like you in here. It's nothing personal. I just don't like your type.
Don't worry, I'll get out of your hair. I just got one more question for you. I'm obviously not from around here. Do you happen to know exactly where Crystal Drift might be?
It lies a day or so to the northwest.
Okay. Well, thank you. And thanks for the whiskey.
The place I recommended is strictly for slaves. And, I mean, they let anyone in, but that's really who stays there, so...
Is there any other ones besides that?
Not really. Most
Well, I guess
people here are here for work, so they stay where they work.
we'll figure something out.
Well, regardless if you don't like adventuring type, it is still be useful to have a place to stay until we can go speak with Clemson about this. And she just pulls out the scroll thing the scroll.
Wait a second. This is a weird question, but are you an exarch?
Yes, I am Exarch Rava Lindbeer from the Reveal down in Calm.
Do you have your paper? The, what do you call it? The worker's permit that you got for the job that sent you here?
So it was the scroll that we were given.
So currently you have 2 scrolls. You have the, original, here, look at this paper and it'll give me free room and board. And then there's the thing about the spear that sent you here so that you could get to Void Hub.
Okay, yeah, so, I mean, she'll take out the one about the spear.
Okay. Yeah, she takes it, reads it. I guess I could make an exception. Besides, it's been a while since there's been an exarch or any sort of high church or any sort of church of remembrance or, any high-ranking officials in my lovely tavern. I'm not sure how you'll find the rooms, as Colin is much warmer than here, but I'm sure you'll like it. Better than sleeping outside.
Under my breath, I'm going to be like, just like we were about to.
Can I make an insight check on I don't know if this makes sense, on what what she meant by there having not been an exarch here in a while, or anything of the sort.
Sure.
I'm sure, out of character, I know why. Maybe also Raven knows in character, but it's 18.
Okay. She seems like you told her the answer to a question she asked when you came in the door. She doesn't seem like, I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. When she got the answer, she seemed to not dislike you anymore. Probably not as far as, being friendly, but close.
Okay. So, I mean, she herself, seems to have respect for the church, then.
Yeah, she, bowed her head in reverence when she said Church of Remembrance.
Okay. Yep. Okay. That was kind of that. Cool.
Anyway, the rooms will be 5 gold each per day.
Quite a bit, don't you think?
Wait till you see the room. And besides, my competition isn't exactly up to par.
Perhaps, but I don't imagine that I am going to be staying here for several days, as I imagine that there will be travel soon. And being of the kind of position I'm in, perhaps the price could be halved, and I would like to make a persuasion check.
Okay.
If I can. Nope.
Well, you're a darned winged exarch from the Church of Remembrance. How can you not afford a measly 5 gold a night?
I hear this, and as I was walking to the guy with the book, I just do like a complete sharp degree turn and start walking up to the counter. And I'm like, Reva, I'm sure Jin and Theta would probably share a room. You probably want your own. Wolfsbane probably wants his own. I'll take my own. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 rooms. I
Okay.
pull out 20 gold.
Excellent.
And I will be like, if we want, we could stay.
It comes with free breakfast in the morning.
Hear that?
Continental?
You're not even there, Theta. Shut up.
Continental?
You're in the Shadow Realm, alright, Theta? Gosh.
Rosetta speaks for me.
Yeah. I quirk up an eyebrow and I'm like, Continental?
It's a darn smorgasbord.
Wait. And then I look back to Reva to see if it's a yes that we're gonna stay.
I suppose. It was never really a matter of cost, though.
So when you say yes, one of the people drinking there gets up and leaves.
Pussy. Pussy.
And now we're gonna go back to Theta.
And then he pussied out like a bitch. Anyways, you were telling me your name.
How are you doing there?
I'm doing alright.
So what brings you to Arcade? You said you were looking for the spear.
Yes, to open up Void Hope Citadel so we may have a conversation.
Why would you ever go searching for that? That place is a fucking death trap.
Yes, but it's a death trap to what end? I'm sure you already know what's kept in there, yes? Imprisoned.
Well, I should know. I built the fucking bridge.
Ooh.
Never properly introduced myself. My name's Derek Deathgleam.
Alright, Derek. Can I call you Derek? Would you prefer Deathgleam?
You can call me Captain.
Alright, Captain Bridge.
What?
I always thought that Void Hope Citadel came with the bridge attached. You're telling me you built that?
The Citadel was, a mystery until, well, probably about 30 years ago.
When you built the bridge?
Well, that came before.
Oh. What happened then? What changed?
Well, I took my fucking spear, and I put it in the ground, and then I built a fucking bridge around it, and I took the spear out.
Then you took the spear out.
Yeah.
And suddenly it became a lot less mysterious?
Lost a lot of men. Natalia doesn't like the bridge very much.
she does now.
Neither does that Clemrin fella.
Clemrin?
Yeah, the lord in the castle there, did you see him? And he, like,
Oh,
points towards the door.
interesting, because I was under the impression that the Lord of Arcage was sending us out to find the spear.
You're not quite right, are you?
Oh, I'm extremely fucked if that's your question, but that's not really what's important right now.
You know, there's a reason you can see me and the others can't.
Is this a Shaper thing, or is this because of Slug shit on me thing?
Is that how they got you?
I don't even know anymore.
The broodmother's always had a funny sense of humor.
So is this what happened to you? You got a little too broody with the mother?
So one day when I was building me bridge, fell off the fucking ship. Of course.
Bad.
Well, I got saved, thank God. By one of the broodmothers, funny enough. Name's Valkyria.
Okay. And this happened afterwards?
A bit farther afterwards than you think. Anyway, some stuff you should know about the spear if you're actually looking for it.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, do tell.
I made it from a crystal in the mines of Crystal Drift, found in a cavern.
A crystal from Crystal Drift. Well, that's great.
You aren't kidding. You see, the crystals from Crystal Drift have a way of finding their way back. And so, whoever has the spear finds themselves drawn to Crystal Drift and the lands therein.
An interesting choice for building a bridge. If what you say is true, and the crystals always find their way back to Crystal Drift, and the key to the bridge is a spear that doesn't want to stay there, it's just an interesting design choice is all.
Well, Crystal Drift's only a few days south of the bridge, so why not? You ever lost the key to the door? You have to fucking hire a locksmith. It's a fucking bitch.
Huh. But if you always know where it's going to end up.
Exactly.
But if that's the case, why hasn't the Lord in question of Arcage gone to Crystal Drift and hunted it down himself, if that's where it is to end up?
I don't think that's a really widely known tale.
Oh.
Probably set a
Ignorance.
fucking harebrained adventure after it. Like yourself.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's me. Sorry. Except
Now,
I'm a
I
little
should-
more than harebrained.
I should tell you what you're in for before you start growing these. And he, like, gropes his tentacle beard.
Hmm.
Now, depending on who infected you, you're in for a bit of pain, or a bit of pleasure, or a bit of both.
Oh. Pain. Oh no, I would hate if my body was racked with excruciating pain in some sort of terrible evolution of some sorts. I haven't gone through any of that up to this point.
Huh. And he, like, sips his cup.
Anyway, are you familiar with Shaper? Unrelated, of course.
Haven't heard that name in a while.
I would hope you'd have heard it at all, because, well, you built the bridge to Void Hope.
Wait, why is Shaper involved in Void Hope?
Oh, you don't know what it is?
Well, I know it's like a fortification of the faces, but like, I thought Shaper I thought Shaper's thing was in Orstoff.
It's not a fortification for the faces. It's a prison for the faces. And Natalia is the warden.
That's not what I heard.
Well,
Interesting.
faces lie. They got a whole face for lying.
Wait,
But-
so like Shaper's in the prison,
Yes.
Citadel.
Yes. Shaper is in Void Hope. Or at least part of him. And part of him was down south. In
Have you?
in Oncursed.
And he takes a big gulp. Have you ever heard of the Cavern of Corruption?
Sounds like something I ought to get familiar with. Tell me more.
Right. So in the southwest, there's a city called Hunwall. It's like a mine city. You know dwarves, right? Fucking huge underground cities. Well, Cornwall is built on top of one. They called it the Caverns of Corruption before. They built a city in it, now they call it Cornwall.
Oh. Well. And here I thought I'd only ever get to visit Bairn while I was down there. All the way north, go all the way south. Oh, it's a real trek everywhere, isn't it?
You might want to skip over Omdore, eh? Place is stinking of hell. Oh, sorry.
Oh, don't worry, I have no intent of going back to Omdore.
Right. Well, if you ever find the spear, good luck with that. You don't want to stay here.
In Arkage, or in this very particular spot?
This plane of existence.
I was wondering, what plane is this? I already assumed it wasn't the material plane. Is this the Broodmother plane? The tentacle
It's...
chilling plane?
I don't know what they call it. I always called it the bloody plane, because it's where I ended up, and I'm pretty bloody.
Bloody plane. Alright. I could bite on that, chew it a little bit. But yes.
Anyway, have fun with the whole spear adventure.
Oh, I will. That's my big hope, fingers crossed.
And, did you meet the proprietor of the tavern you're in?
Yes, that asshole?
That's my granddaughter you're talking about.
Oh, pardon. That delightful racist.
Her name's Elja. Tell her Uncle Derek, or Granddad Derek says hi.
I'll do that, and I'm sure she'll react in a delighted fashion.
I'm sure.
Well, I've been charmed to meet you, Derek.
He puts out his hand. To
I
shake
reach
your
over and I shake that shit, dog.
his hand is oddly crab-like. He's got like 4 webbed fingers, and then like where his thumb would be, it's like a claw. And he goes to shake your hand, and and eventually you start feeling yourself fade back, because you can feel yourself wanting to go back, and so you fade back.
No, right, before I go, my name is Theta.
And all of a sudden you see an empty, like, greenish room. That's a fucking weird name. And now we're back in the...
I picked it up myself.
Theta's back.
See, like we said, it was a Theta thing.
Flops onto my back.
Yeah, the table's gone. You can't sit down normally. Yeah. The
God.
room is back to being non-barnacle-y and sea-like.
Oh, is this what it was supposed to look like the whole time? No, this place isn't actually that bad. Where's my drink?
Raven's just there. Raven's probably gonna be there with you now, or the thing that you came back. I am, like, with her book, I'm going to ask where you've... I assumed it was one of your things that you can do, but we do now have room to stay here.
Oh, excellent. Also, I've never done that before in my entire life. No clue what just happened. I went to a different plane of existence, met the maker of the spear we're looking for. Swell fellow, name's Derek. I know where we need to look.
Very interesting. But... And... where do we need to be looking?
Well, it was made from a crystal from Crystal Drift, and crystals of Crystal Drift go back to Crystal Drift eventually.
Crystals of Crystal drift back to Crystal Drift. I didn't think about that before. Oh, jeez.
Well,
It's a bit south of the bridge itself.
Well, even if we know where it is, we should probably still talk to Clemrin. As far as I'm aware, there's still overpayment involved in finding it.
Yes, but when it comes to Clemrin, let's not tell him about Crystal Drift, alright?
No, I have no intention of doing. Probably to not. The sight of him would be very pleasant. After all.
Yeah. Gets back up to his feet, dusts himself off. Anywho, let me know if any of you start seeing some weird shit. I'm pretty sure I've been infected by an ancient leviathan of some sorts.
And how did that come about?
Slug.
Just slug.
Did this...
So, this is a point of contention, and just to speed up the process a bit, I'm gonna explain. Jin came back from his tree visit. I think that was when Wolf left, and he explained his meeting with Theta, and then told, I guess, Rosetta and Wolf that all three are, they've contracted a contagion. That's all they know. But yeah, you got it from the fight or from the slug with the special friend that you met in the swamp of Verona.
Yeah. Well, everything's looking dandy for Theta. Anywho, I'm sure we ought to find some sort of solution to that particular issue. Well, I'm not too sad if I lose my stunning good looks. I'm sure Wolfsbane and Rosetta would not appreciate turning into tentacle-faced freaks.
And give me a day, and I might know of something that can remedy it or slow down this disease or whatever it might be.
Excellent.
While that is going down, go ahead.
I don't know. Raven just said like the last thing she said, like if it even work, if it even will work.
Oh, I have total faith in you, Rava.
Okay. Could Rosetta, can you roll a con save for me?
Oh,
I forgot.
why only Rosetta?
I forgot a thing.
Is it because she's cold?
Oh, roll a d6, please.
Oh boy. Y'all are getting more infected.
Thank you. Theta. So does everyone go to sleep?
No.
Or where are you guys going? Or what's the plan? We got
So-
more
I
weeks.
was going to, while everyone else was talking, Rosetta wanted to go up to the guy who's sitting at a table with a book, and she just want to peer up, make a cute little face, and be like, "What you reading there, bud?"
doing
But
my
except I won't say
taxes.
bud. I'll instead of bud. Is it male or female? Probably a guy, right? You said.
Yeah.
So I'd say sir. I'd be like, "What you reading there, sir?"
What? They let children in here?
How disheartening. I'm fully grown.
He looks at you. Are you sure?
I'm just like 3'10". Is that so peculiar?
Oh, you're a halfling. I see.
You're
Oh, so you have seen halflings before.
Sorry,
Okay.
I haven't seen one like you for a while. I'm just doing my taxes.
Oh. I thought you were reading something interesting, but that
Well,
kind of sounds a bit taxing.
good one.
Were you about to say something?
If you are looking for books, I think they have some in the tower, but I think they only let certain people read those.
Yeah, as soon as he says, like, in the tower, I would kind of, like, make a puppy dog face almost and be like, oh, I don't know if I can get in there.
Why
Well,
not?
oh, I was just about to say, well, gotta go try.
Good luck.
I don't know. Yeah, thanks for kind of pointing me in the right direction. Sorry to interrupt. Also, when I was doing that, I probably still was like dewy-eyed and like not red in the face, but like a little bit like flushed in the. Oh,
Okay.
but yeah. After that, I'm assuming I'd see Theta pop into existence. Raven would go up to him, and I would just walk out.
What's Wolf been doing? Just drinking at the bar alone?
kind of cringe.
Brett,
Yep.
Mute.
what's up?
I don't know.
What you been doing?
In game or out of game?
Like in game?
In game.
Out of game, I think I may have passed out. Today has been long, but I'm assuming we're still in the bar, right? Are you asking what I'm doing?
Yeah. Yeah, what were you doing during the whole, conversation in the
Conversations.
room and all that?
I overheard Reva secure the room, right?
Yeah.
Rosetta paid for it.
Rosetta paid for it.
Mhm.
I'll probably just go up to the room. I don't have too much to do in this city.
I believe that it
And I don't
was
want to go
like-
off on some huge tangent. What?
It was like midday, right? So
Midday?
it'd be a little early for you guys to go to bed, yeah.
I wouldn't go to bed, but I'd go up to my room. I'll like sharpen. Do I even sharpen? What weapon do I? I forgot what fucking
Do you
weapon
have a
I use.
warhammer?
Yeah, I don't sharpen my warhammer.
I mean, you could.
I'll clean.
Maybe you should.
What do I clean?
Your teeth.
I'll
your
do
big tusks.
something in my. I'll do something productive in my room.
Is that what they call it nowadays?
Yeah.
Alright.
I thought she went by Jester.
Yeah. She goes by many names.
Okay. So what's the plan here, people? What's the party doing?
As soon as Rosetta walks out, she turns around and like rushes back in and is like, Riva!
I
Wait,
should turn around, look at you.
I want to go to the tower and I want to go to look at books. I don't know how to get in there. I think I might need paper.
You asking to be fucking snuck in there?
Do we have a paper that says what we're here to do, right? Do you think that'll get me into a library?
Yes, absolutely. Right? I'm no library expert. But that's
Or at least whatever says that we're here to work.
Perhaps. I mean, you need the paper. I've a bit of my own business to attend.
What do I have? What do I have? What do I have? What do I have? I don't know. I will send you a message if I need. And I'll turn back around and I'll rush to the tower.
Wait, what paper did you bring? Or are you...
I am taking no papers because
Okay.
Reva needs it, and she wasn't too sure if I needed it.
No,
So,
she didn't say she needed the paper. She just said she had a business to attend to. So you can take the paper if you want.
I mean, maybe.
Do you need the paper?
I mean, I don't think so. I think I'll need the paper. So do you want to take the paper?
Yeah, if it gets me into the tower.
Yeah, you can
Please.
bring it if it's you can bring it if you think it's gonna help you. So I guess Raven
I
will
don't
hand that
know.
over.
I just want to be prepared.
Man, you really want to read.
I really want to read.
Have you considered, like, therapy?
Books are my
Rehab,
therapy.
maybe.
I've read psychology books. I know what therapy entails. Books are my therapy.
So, like, what's the party doing?
Oh, I'm the bar owners at the bar, right?
Yeah.
Hey,
Hi. What, you need more whiskey or something?
nah. Your grandpa's name's Derek, right?
She looks at you like, what the fuck?
He told me to say hi. Just helping him out.
What? Okay?
Man, your grandfather built the bridge to Void Hope Citadel and you're just sitting around in a tavern?
I'm just taking care of the place.
That's just what I would have imagined that the family lineage to such a great figure would be afforded more luxuries, I guess.
It's ironic that this is coming from Theta.
What do you mean?
But anyway.
So, yeah, what the fuck is happening? Ah!
Well, okay.
Write it out. Wolfsbane is in his room doing something productive in quotations. Theta is talking to the barkeep. Reva, I don't know what you're doing. I am running off to go to tower to get into library.
Reva, you said you wanted to go out and look for something?
Yes, I did. I said I did.
An
send a message,
object.
like saying wait to wait, but no, she's actually just gonna go and do this.
So you wanted to look for a possession?
No, not a possession. Just anyone, just someone who might.
Who might be a
Looks like-
possession?
I suppose if that's what they're called. So sure.
Yeah.
I thought you said someone's possession. I guess that is what that is.
Yeah.
So,
Something someone owns.
Yeah. That's what
yeah.
that's what a slave is. So roll a investigation check.
Okay.
Slavery's
great,
kind
dude.
of cringe. Am I right, gamers?
Okay, 18.
I actually didn't hear what you said, 6.
I said slavery's cringe.
Okay. Good.
It's an easy yes.
Yeah, you see a lot of slaves actually. They're everywhere. This is a slave city.
Well, I mean,
This is a slave state.
like, I mean, okay, so
state
like,
of slavery.
she wants to see if she can like go talk to one of them, like when one of the masters or whatever isn't like looking or like, isn't like around.
I mean,
Whatever. I don't know.
So it's really easy to tell who is a slave and who isn't, or at least from the like outside in. Like almost everyone who is a non-humanoid race is a slave in the city.
Well,
I mean, she just
Except for Wolf.
What does that mean as non-humanoid? Because
so-
Goliaths are humanoid.
Non-humanoid meaning like or like, what do you call it? Sorry, like not exactly human. So anything except for like elf, halfling, dwarf, human.
Human
Asmar,
passing.
probably,
Yeah.
maybe.
And dragonborn are the only exception. So orc, tabaxi, Goliath, that kind of thing.
Semi-hybrid.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So you want to find
Minotaurs.
one. You want to find one of those without a master around.
Yes.
You see a large collection outside of a place called the Pigsty.
Right.
It seems to be some sort of gathering place, perhaps a watering hole.
Right. Yeah, she'll go up, talk, and or not talk, but like get someone's attention, see if they'll be willing to talk.
There is a large, hairy man. He turns around as you tap him on the back. It is a minotaur.
Cool.
Like a bull human. A bull hybrid.
Serious.
How you doing there, princess? What you want?
She takes out a book, of course, and just writes.
His eyes, like, narrow and his, like, brow furrows as you pull out a book. What you writing
Raven
there?
can't talk to anyone, can she, in this bar?
Who knows?
So writing,
Mhm.
so writing something along the lines of
In common.
yeah, in common.
Okay.
I know how best way to phrase this. I know how slaves are treated, or at least it's pretty obvious. But it would be rather useful to, I suppose, understand it from someone such as yourself.
He tries to. He's very tall. Almost as tall as Wolfspin. He goes to, like, pick the book up to his face as if he's trying to read it. He squints harder. I'm sorry, I can't read. Hey, Max, you know how to read, right? Alright, yeah, let me see the book. And he takes the book, like, out of his hands. You lose the book. It's in Max's hands now. He's a very tall half-orc. He takes the book, he looks at it. Yeah, I know some of these words. That's when slave like us. And he hands the book back. And if you hesitate,
The vanilla was gone.
Oh.
That's fine, thank you.
Also here.
What is it?
A frosty?
It's chocolate, though, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Chocolate.
I thought you said chocolate.
Poggers.
We went to 3 different ones.
What?
The first one was closed. And the second one,
Sam,
their computers.
you said that you were looking, or you like, what did you do when he handed your book back?
Hey, but shut the fuck up and get out, please.
She just took it back. I mean, like, she's not like.
So do you take
like,
it to
she's-
someone else? Do you look? What's your demeanor when he hands the book back?
I mean, if you're asking, is she disgusted? I mean, she's definitely not disgusted. I mean, she's, like, in her mind, she's disgusted that people are treated here like this. But yeah.
So, the orc hands your book back, and you like take it and you just like leave immediately, or do you like look at him funny, like in a, I don't know, what do you explain the body language that you're trying to show?
So she doesn't look at him funny, but she like just puts her book. So she puts her book away, and then okay, so I don't. Would Raven know, or would Raven know if like slaves like have any if they could like have like some sort of knowledge towards the Church of Remembrance? Because she doesn't want to like seem like just like she's like
it's probably like so slaves having knowledge of the church. You're asking?
Yeah.
It's not uncommon, no.
Okay. And so so she's gonna find her holy symbol, like her mirror pendant, which is her holy symbol for a mirror or whatnot, and she's just gonna hold that out. I mean, she can't talk, but she's gonna like try and communicate that she is part of the church, more or less.
The big Minotaur man like leans down, looks at your pendant that you're holding out. You must be part of the church.
She nods.
There's someone I think you should meet. I think you like him a lot. Come with me, please. And he like reaches down and he tries to like pick your hand up in his mitt of a fucking palm.
She'll just follow along. I mean, like she does not want to. Like I mean, like it's probably obvious by now, but she's not like trying to.
He takes you into the pigsty, leading you by the hand. And he turns left, and inside you see a building with. It's more barn-like than it is inn-like. There's tables, there's stools, there's people dancing, there's very upbeat music played. It's a very happy place. Ironically, I don't have this music, but it is happy, and I promise. I don't have the music, so
just put on random happy music.
So like, in the he takes you to the left. Like, there's two different wings of this building. There's left and right. Essentially, they're all tables. There doesn't seem to be any staff to this place. It seems like just a community hangout.
Okay. Yeah, she'll just keep following along.
Yeah, he takes you to a table against one of like the walls, and there is it's like a what are the I don't know the name of this breed of cat, but it's a cat tabaxi. It's like a black and gray sort of like mixture. It has like white hands and like a white little
tabby.
Kinda, yeah. Is that what they look like?
Searches up cats.
Yeah, like a tabby, but slightly grayer.
Yeah, tabbies are basically just like the mutts of cats, though. They can,
He says, "Hello, Clyde. How are you? Who is this?" This is some lady. She's trying to write to us. I think she something wrong with her voice or something. Oh, this is. Hold on, one moment. I need to roll something. Okay, he doesn't know who you are. This is interesting. Good. How can I help you, my dear?
So she'll first take out.
Is there something wrong with your mouth? Why can you not speak?
Well, she'll first take out a book and indicate like it's a gesture, like if he can read.
If you are asking me if I can read, yes, I can. It is one of the few things my master has taught me.
So it kind of like closes her eyes and nod, and then writes, As to why I cannot speak, it was something that I was with. Well, condition, magic, I'm not sure. I've just known that I've never been able to speak.
That is a very sad tale. I am sorry for your loss.
I'm not sure, not quite sure so much of a loss as it is just something I've never known. But regardless, I suppose earlier I am from the Church of Remembrance. I don't like to flaunt titles around, but I am an exarch, and well,
Wait a second, did you just say you were an exarch?
Yes.
What? And I am the queen. are, are you actually an exarch? This is not... I'm sorry, please don't tell me that you are actually an exarch. I'm sorry. And he like folds his mittens together, you know, like furrowing them.
She gives him a look like one that at like she raises an eyebrow. I am an exarch. Well, more recently promoted to one, but yes.
Congratulations, that is quite a interesting promotion. I suppose I should introduce myself. Do you prefer my actual name or my slave name? I don't normally ask that, but you are of higher born than normal.
Don't ask for a slave name, it's gonna be a slur.
His name's just Pussy. Imagine.
No.
You've stumbled across something quite special, Rava. This is H.P. Lovecraft's cat.
Anyway.
Oh my god. No.
Anyways. One of the tenants that's all of the... I'm sure you might know that slavery is something we look upon. So, your real name would actually be much preferred.
My real name is Mikhail, but you can call me Mike. My slave name is, in case you ever have to refer to me as, my master calls me Mittens. It's because my hands are white, you know. I don't hate it, surprisingly.
Right. Well, I don't know much of the history of Bookage other than, what was his name? Clemrin had allowed slavery to be, or he had allowed slavery here. Am I correct on this?
That is the common tale.
And is there more to this tale then?
Not that I would know.
Well, as I was, attempting to ask, she just like gestures to the Minotaur and the half-orc, if they're still there.
The Minotaur is standing there, breathing heavily, just looking at Mittens, just being like, and just watching the conversation.
Good for him.
I just, I know life of slavery probably isn't great, but it would still, for something yet to be depending. Like to hear what it is like from an actual slave, I suppose.
For some, it is an excellent life. Me included. I work at the library. I am taught to read and to write, and I am given a fair and honest wage. It is like living in one of the southern cities that I hear about. But for others, and he looks at Clyde, like Max and like Clyde, they are forced to work physical labor. They farm. They are treated like farm animals when, well, some like it. Some don't. Some masters are very nice, though.
Come here. I don't pay for Wi-Fi to leave them open. He acts like you live here.
Mittens cleans himself. So we're gonna hop back over, I think.
Oh, okay.
To
Sorry about that.
Can I ask a question? This is
Yeah.
a lore question.
Mm-hmm.
Where do they get their slaves? Is it a form of chattel slavery?
It's a mix. So like, if you're born here,
Right.
you're born a slave. If you are a
Right.
slave,
But like their
you can-
original slave population, who gave it to them?
a lot of the slavery and that kind of thing comes from Regiel. Like a lot of the
Okay.
main originators of the slave trade are from Regiel. The
Right.
further you go from Regiel, so in Dormir, slaves, then people that were freed of slavery usually try to get as far away as they possibly can, and that's usually in the form of going north. So you'll find a lot of freed slaves in Dormir.
Oh, they flee to the north, huh?
Yeah. Well, they flee over the Void Sea. Essentially.
Fucked up if true, and it is. Yeah, I was just curious because I was thinking about that. In a world building sense.
Yeah.
So most of them are just born here and they have lived and died lives. And
lot
in the
of
case of Mittens, would he be? He's classified as a slave in this society, but would he be more aptly referred to as an indentured servant?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a lot. He was just saying a lot of the slaves are paid to be a slave, a living wage, essentially. They have to do their jobs and stuff, but certain masters are better than others, of course.
Right.
Yeah, but
Yeah. Sorry about
we can
that.
we can continue the tavern scene if you like. I think Wolf was just going to do things in his bedroom, and Theta was what was Theta doing?
He was hassling the barkeeper, being like, "Your dad's cool. Why are you such a bitch?"
I see. Yeah, she doesn't really take that too kindly. She kind of doesn't like talking to you anymore.
Nah, that's fine. I don't want her to like me because I don't want to have to do more fucking favors for Derek. If she liked me, then I would.
And then I think Rosetta was going to the library without
Yeah.
any paperwork.
With the paperwork.
With the paperwork. Okay.
Yeah, Reva gave them to me.
Yeah, she didn't need the paperwork for what she was doing.
Okay. So let's cut away from the tavern for a minute and do the Rosetta scene. So maybe we can glean some deeper insights to the slaves of this world. So you walk a very lonely road, snowing on you, and you're wrapped and bundled, and you're still cold because you're small, and your thermal signature is much less than that of an 8-foot tall half-orc.
Mm-hmm.
So you're fucking cold, dude.
Yeah, I'm trying to rush as fast as I can because I know how cold it is.
You're gonna get little halfling frostbite, and your entire body's gonna fall off.
Oh,
Half bite.
Half bite.
half bite.
I guess you could say you're
So-
right side. So,
The main road is leading to the tower that was, mentioned about a library in the tower. It's pretty wide, even compared to the streets of Calm. You see carts, like, going out of the city from deeper inside of the city. A lot of them coming from, like, the west side, and, like, turning on the main road, and they seem to have some sort of, like, opaque, like a blue and white ore inside of them. You don't know what it is. You aren't familiar with it.
Okay.
But as you make your way to the tower, roll a perception check.
Okay, and while I roll the perception check, as I'm like rubbing my arms into like trying to warm them up, I'll actually use prestidigitation to warm up my jacket.
Cool.
It says
I don't think they
non-living
have-
material.
I don't think they have dryers in this, but it feels like that. It feels like taking a sweater
Okay.
from the dryer and wearing it. It's a good
All
feeling.
right, and you said a
1
perception.
hour, too.
Yeah.
But-
Okay, so on the right side of the street, you see one of the carts pulled over. It seems like one of the wheels of the wagon is broken off, and there is a dragonborn whipping a orc. The orc is laying, like, face down, draped, like his body's like over top of the wheel. It seems like he was trying to repair it when the dragonborn started to, punish him for breaking the wagon.
Oh man, if only I had the spell mending. Just 1 second.
finally, you can mend this broken society.
Fix the society, Vinny. Gosh.
I don't have any of that.
Take some poli-sci, Rosetta. Why don't you multi-class into a poli-sci major?
Okay, so you're just
That's a
going to the
poli-sci.
library?
Yeah.
Okay.
I give it an unfortunate, like, oh, that's unfortunate kind of look. But then I would move on to the
You notice
tower,
around,
knowing I probably can't do anything to help or change it.
you notice, like, the sunken faces of slaves, like, looking on him forlornly. Just like, shit, man, I'm glad that's not me. And then you go to the tower.
Mm-hmm.
In front of the tower are 3 relatively bulky individuals with tower shields. They're guarding the main entrance, which is like a domed, or no, like an arched door closed to the elements.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 on either side of the middle guy are wearing like full face coverings, like full metal helmets, and then the guy in the middle has like a coif, just like looking out, making sure nothing's awry.
Alright, so I'm gonna clear my throat and be like, excuse me, I was pointed in this direction. They said that you possibly have some sort of library or collection of books within this tower.
The library is for government dignitaries only. Unless you have some written permission or work there, I'm sorry, but we cannot allow you access to that.
Now, this is probably a very valid question if you can answer me this. And I'll pull out like the sheet that exclaims like what kind of work we're here for. And I'm like, I am here in Arcage to do a job with a few fellow party members. And I hear that I could probably do research here in order to help with our job.
Do you have a meeting?
Not here, not quite yet. Like, not within the library.
Would you like to schedule a library meeting?
To meet with the library. He's got a very full schedule.
Yes.
Is there any particular subject that you wish to cover? The librarian is very busy.
I would like to cover a little bit about history and a little bit about religion.
Very well. And he, like, turns around, looks at one of the guards, and he goes inside, opens the door, closes it behind him. And the middle, like, guy that you're talking to is just standing there looking down at you.
I'll give him a nice polite smile as I patiently wait.
You look cold. Are you okay?
Doing a bit better. I did cast a spell to help warm me up a little bit.
He points at you, and he proclaims, "Magic! Witch! Burn her!" Just kidding. Just kidding.
You're the fucking witch!
And we're gonna go a little bit. We're gonna go a little bit around the city here. We're gonna go back to Reva with Mittens.
Slash. What is it?
Mikhail?
Mikhail? Okay.
Mikhail. Mike. You're...
Mickey.
Hey, it's your pal Mike. It's your pal Mickey Mittens. How you doing?
Bitch! You stupid fucking bitch, how are you?
Fucking librarian cat. Get a load of this guy.
Anyways.
Like I said, some of the masters are very nice to us. They give us a life worth living. And others, they are cruel and unusual.
Quite unfortunate to hear about the ones that aren't so lucky then.
So, part of the natural cycle, I guess.
I wouldn't exactly call it natural, but... Now, just as a theoretical, I suppose. If Clemrin was the one to allow slavery here, do you think him disappearing would actually change what happens here? Or, well, I suppose... Or his law, I suppose you could say.
Law does not change with the times. It changes with the people that bring the times. As I have read in many books, sometimes power is not the problem, sometimes it is the lack of power that is the problem. I do not know if removing the problem would fix it, but it would do something. Slavery has been the way of things for some time, but
Yes,
not always.
Not so. I believe I heard of a time where it's used to not be plagued by slavery, but I didn't hear much touched upon that subject.
There was time before Clemrin. We are not supposed to talk about this time. It is, how do you say, heresy. Bad to talk about. Even worse to worse to tell to strangers.
Oh, then.
Make a persuasion check.
I will do that. That was but I have a +3 to that, so it was actually 24 because I clicked the wrong thing. I have 6 to persuasion.
Okay. What'd you click?
I clicked from the I clicked from just the normal skill set instead of the custom skill set where I put the expertise on persuasion. So yeah.
Okay. Cool. 1 second. All right.
So yeah, persuasion, expertise, but yeah, this is just Buster.
Yeah, I'll take the first roll. It's fine. Yeah. So he like takes a moment. He's just like sighing. He starts like kneading the table. Perhaps I should let you in on a secret since you are an exarch. The thing that we were talking about just a minute ago. You know about the mutiny. It was about 60 years ago. My father told me when I was growing up. I think you've heard about this. Like, Reva has heard this from Rosetta before you guys left Calm.
Yeah, it was briefly touched upon, but not by much.
Yeah.
Yes, I do remember a friend telling me something about that.
You hear that? I'm a friend.
Nice work. Excellent.
Okay, so yeah, he's like nodding insistently. He's like looking around him, just making sure there's no one like nearby, and he looks at Clyde and he says, "Clyde, could you get us some drinks, please?" And he's like, "Sure thing, partner." And he goes off and he leaves, and then as Clyde leaves, the mutiny happened about 60 years ago. It's not something we are allowed to talk about here. Essentially, the High Church came here and instilled Clemren into power. And at that time, he was just Lord Clemren. He wasn't anything too severe, but they took all acts of measure to ensure that nothing was known about the history previous of the city. They burned all the books, including the previous lord's name. They cast spells on people, making them forget magically the name of the old leader. And then when Alimar Siegfried went missing, Clemren took the name Clemren Kilking and became what he is now. Not much changed for the slaves, but I think the masters became a little more cruel when they knew the High Church was not there to save them.
Well then, that is a very unfortunate thing to hear. Definitely something I don't agree with. I suppose mainly why I'm asking all of this is if there's been any attempt in, I suppose, ridding Arcage of slavery.
There was a revolt in a city or village called Crystal Drift to the northwest about a year ago. That is the most recent event, but before that, smaller events happened as well. People don't like being slaves, but it is not really a thing that can be changed in a week or a year. It takes generations, as we have read in the books of the library.
Right. Well, it may take time. I do, like you had said, I do wonder if dethroning Clemron would be a start to things. I suppose give people more hope, I guess. And then probably might be able to even talk to my other fellow exarchs about perhaps helping with the change here.
What change do you want to help with? Because there are cells of revolution to be sown. Usually when people try to make things change, they end up hurting the people they are trying to help more so than helping them.
Well, you did say that some people are, well, that they, I suppose, didn't mind the slavery, but then there are those who I imagine would rather have a different life than following the orders of someone because of law more powerful than them.
There is much ideological debate surrounding this. I for one, would rather keep things the way they are and make small changes here and there, without stirring the pot too much. Usually when large changes of power happen, it is a coin flip, whether it turns out better or worse for the people involved.
Right.
Is there anything else I can help you with? Because I do not think it is smart for me to be talking to you. Especially if you are who you say you are.
No, I believe I have what I need, but all I can say is that while change isn't something that should be done on large scale, it's something has to be done in the first place. One that's will catch attention if things are going to change. But nonetheless, thank you for the information you've given me.
He places a paw on your hand. Says, "Be safe. Do not ask too many questions of people who are low-born. It could cause them harm."
Right. Well then, I'll be on my way back to my party. Probably should find Rosetta.
Yeah, we should find Rosetta. Where did she go?
Where did she go?
Alright.
I'm
You're waiting? Still? Outside
waiting.
of the...
Giving polite smiles and patiently practicing the virtue of patience.
He's just the guard that's in front of you just keeps looking at you. He's like, why do you smile so much?
I was just being polite, but if you'd like, I can scowl or...
No, it's weird. Are you okay?
That is actually a very funny question at this point in time. I say smiling and laughing, but like a little bit of things on the underline. I honestly don't know what to do to fill the awkward silence as we wait and see if I get an appointment.
So, Rava, are you just looking for Rosetta, or are you going back to the tavern?
I think she'd be going back to the tavern, going to her room. She has a few things that she's gonna do.
Okay. Yeah, so probably takes about 20 minutes, and the guy comes back outside, closes the door, stances up, says, "The librarian says it'll be a day at least."
Like a full day or like tomorrow morning day?
I would come back tomorrow afternoon.
Alright, I'll do my best. Well, thank you. And I'll like give like a slight bow as I turn around to walk away.
Alright.
And start heading
roll
back.
a d4. Okay. You take 2 footsteps in the direction back towards the tavern, down the main road, and then make a charisma save.
Oh my goodness. What's with all these fucking charisma saves? Or con. Wait, you say charisma or con?
Charisma.
Fucking fuck.
You feel immediately compelled to run past the guards and go in the door.
Oh, why you do this? I look back at the guards with puppy dog eyes. Rosetta, being a little bit smart, she wants to walk to the point where the guards might not see her anymore, but keep watch on the guards.
Mm-hmm.
And wait for a...
You could, like, walk to the left of the building, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna keep watch of them, and I'm gonna wait for an opportune time to use stealth and, like, try to get past the door. Or, like, when they open the door, like, fucking sneak right in.
So it's like a big arched doorway, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a guard on both the left and the right side of the, like, entrance to where it's like a overhanging stone, like, frame where the door is. And then in the center, there's, the main guy. It is technically possible. It is going to be very challenging to go through the main door.
But I want to go through the main door.
Okay.
I want to run past them and go in the main door.
You're impelled to find the knowledge that you seek. Or compelled to find the knowledge that you seek. Through some sort of supernatural nature.
Supernatural nature. What's the crowd around this place like?
Most of the crowd has faded, like past the entrance. They're kind of, just walking to where they need to go. There's like an intersection that leads to either direction. So there's like straightforward is the tower, to the left is a street, and then to the right is a street, and behind you is the direction you came from.
Okay. Is there like a back alley kind of in front of B-Dudes, like just in their line of sight?
Yeah.
Do I see anything that can be a target of a spell without causing harm to people.
What kind of spell?
Like a shattering spell.
There are like stone houses and stuff.
I ain't gonna fucking shatter a stone house.
You could.
I could. It would just make a boom and it wouldn't like
Who
cause harm.
knows? Depends on how
I
well
will
you.
shatter the stone ocean.
Depends on how well you roll.
Okay, well, let me just because I didn't actually add the shatters. Like it's written in there, but I haven't like actually filled out the information. Looking at the spell.
What happens when you fail your charisma save, folks?
You die.
Or worse.
You miss class.
Oops. I don't know. I don't know if that was DM, but whatever. It's fine.
Oh.
I don't know if that got some through whispers, but whatever, it's fine.
No, that was just right out there in the open.
Oh well, whatever.
Um,
I mean, probably would have been pretty obvious anyways.
there's no like crate or anything
I mean,
in
there's like
back alley.
carts and and there's not. I mean, there's empty barrels and stuff. I guess you could use.
Okay, yeah. I guess it doesn't like actually. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna pick a target that I think would catch the guard's eyes. Probably like a barrel or something, around them, and I'm gonna cast Shatter, which causes each creature in a 10-foot radius sphere, centered on that point, to make a Constitution saving throw. And this can be extra secretive because I can use my dagger in my pocket as my spellcasting focus rather than my loot. And anyone who they take damage, whether they succeed or fail their save. It's just like a sudden loud ringing noise, painfully intense, erupts from that point.
The barrel fails its Constitution save.
Okay, well, it takes 3d8 thunder damage.
Okay.
I guess.
The barrel explodes, causing it's thunder damage, so it's loud as fuck.
Yeah.
So in the back alley, there's just a loud like explosion and like wood splinters everywhere. Make a stealth check. It's determining like your capability of sneaking past the guards if they go past. Okay. So all three of the guards like sort of adjust their gaze in that direction and they start to like walk towards the back alley. They don't go in it, but they're like away from the door enough that you might be able to get past and open the door.
Also, I'm small, so I only have to open it just a little creak while they're in. I also have naturally stealthy, so whenever I see someone like walking around, I'm gonna that seems like they're gonna like snitch on me or get me in trouble. I'm gonna naturally stealthy find something to fucking hide behind, whether it's another person behind their back or like a chair or like whatever is big enough for Rosetta to hide behind.
Okay, so you open the door, and as you're turning around and closing the door, you hear a repetitive, like, sort of sweeping sound, like a broom on stone. It's coming from right behind you, like a few feet away, like 5-10 feet away.
I'll act nonchalant then.
Okay. So you're inside of the building, just standing there, or what are you doing?
I would, who's this person sweeping?
You can't see them. They're like around the corner inside of like a side room. I should explain what it looks like inside, huh? There's a like 5 feet wide hallway on the other side of the like main doorway. There's a set of spiral staircase, or like there's a spiral staircase like against the back wall, like opposite the door, and then there are 2 side rooms in the bottom, like where you're at. To the left, you hear like through that door sweeping on the other side.
So I'll nonchalantly like act like I'm supposed to be here, and like start walking, like down the hallway, and try to get a quicker, like a better glimpse of who's sweeping.
Yeah, it's a what are they called? It's a turtle.
It's a turtle.
Yeah, they're sweeping up the kitchen in the like left room.
All right, so I would actually kind of like go up to them and clear my throat politely and be like, "Excuse me."
Hello, dear.
I have an appointment to go to the library. The guards kind of just let me in, but I honestly don't know my way around. Can you point me in the right direction?
Sure. You're a bit small for a library. Are you a halfling? That explains it. Anyway.
Okay.
The library is on the 5th floor. And if you have an appointment, Severn says to wait at the front door.
I was told just to head on there.
Oh. Well, in that case, just knock on his office door. It's on the 5th floor, at the back, opposite the staircase. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Are you hungry?
No, I'm good. I better head off to my
I
appointment.
finished supper. We're having soup.
Rosetta, run! Run!
This is a turtle, not a sloth.
Rosetta,
Anyways,
run!
thank you so much. I better head to my appointment before I'm late. Good evening, and then I'd like start walking off.
Goodbye.
And I'll go up the stairs and start hiding if anyone's coming down. But other than that, I'll act nonchalant.
So upstairs, you see a row of smaller side rooms. There's like 2 or 3 that have like light coming through the bottom of the doorway. Maybe someone lit a candle or something. But opposite the first floor is another spiral staircase leading up.
Alright. Yeah, I'm just gonna continue going up because he said 5th floor.
Okay. So up on the 3rd floor, it is nearly completely open, except for a small, like, it's like a divider wall with like cloth draped around it, sort of like a nurse's curtain sort of thing. And there is a dragonborn with like a nurse's outfit, like a colonial nurse's outfit, not like a new nurse's outfit. Like very, what's the word? Simple, I guess. She's looking at you.
I would smile and give her a nod. And depending on how close she is, or if she can even hear me,
He's in the
I'll just say
corner
good
of the room.
evening.
Yeah, there's beds like lining the walls. You could think that this is a infirmary of some sort.
Yeah. Yeah, I would just smile, nod, and keep going up.
Okay. Up to the 4th floor. You see, lining both sides of the 4th floor is like an iron grate. There are like all sorts of weapons, armor on stands and stuff. There is a guy sharpening a sword and a grindstone in the left cage. Hi, how you doing?
Oh, good evening. I would smile. And
What was
try to
that
keep
noise
going.
out there? I heard like a boom.
Yeah, as soon as I got in, I heard that too. It startled me a little bit,
Huh. Weird.
honestly. Well, good. Have a good evening. As I kind of like wave a little bit and then like keep going.
At the 5th floor, you see a square room with like quartz windows. There's a couple of tables against the like left side, and the right side is lined with like 2 levels of bookcases. This seems to be the tallest of all of the floors. The bookcases are quite steep. There is a...
Are there any crevices in between each bookshelf?
Yeah, it's a bookshelf. You put books in the crevices, yeah.
Oh, I meant like one bookshelf stands, then there's a little gap before the next bookshelf stands.
No, they're all pretty much right next to each other.
Okay.
At the like back left corner of the like where the staircase lets you out, you see a closed room with like a candlelight coming through the bottom.
Okay. I'm just gonna like look at the flickering that's coming underneath the door. But I'm gonna immediately go to the books. I'm gonna find my sections of history.
Make
and
a charisma save.
Yeah. Oh, it felt better.
Okay. Nothing, like you just feel like a reaffirmation when you reach the library, and the second you touch a book, it feels like you're stepping back from a ledge.
Stepping back from a ledge?
Yeah, like you have a great sense of relief when you touch the book.
Ah, I see.
Yes. Make an investigation check.
Yeah, I'm gonna trace my fingers along as I'm looking for...
You're looking for history stuff?
I am looking for anything about Arkich and anything about Natalia.
Okay. So like the first couple of shelves you like scan through are all about like farming statistics and like, you know, normal sort of like civil service stuff. Like there's one book that is somewhat interesting to you called it's not called anything, but you can tell it's like a ledger book for possibly population, sort of like census records. There's further down that bookshelf, there's a book called Myths of Arkich.
I'll take that one.
Okay, that's an interesting book. And then further down there is a it's like a locked chain like thing on the bookshelf. It's like the bookshelf at the end of the row. There's like a chain grate on it that is like locked at the top. In the chain section, you can see a couple of different books. They're mainly pertaining to Clemrin. Some of them are the biography of Clemrin Kilking, the lineage of the Kilking family, and the instillment of Clemrin, like the battle and that essentially. I forget the title that I came up with for that book.
Okay.
Yeah,
Anything on
that-
Void Hope, Void
best-
Sea,
best
Natalia?
locked. Make another investigation check, please. Okay, and you roll a d4 as well. Thank you. Cool. So you see a couple of bookshelves, like to the left of the back wall. Another locked section that says the construction of the Void Hope Bridge. As well as Myths of the Void Sea. It's in like one of the locked sections, like in a cage.
How close is it to the door of the office?
Not terribly close. It's like the opposite side of the room.
Okay. Do I sense any magic coming from the lock?
Do you want to like use detect magic, or
I was mostly gonna see if I can like,
make an Arcana check, I guess?
yeah, like really look at this and get a feel for it, because I know what magic feels now.
You do. It doesn't feel like strongly magical, but there might be like some light magic on the lock. You can't tell like what school it is or whatever, but there is like a sense there. Would you like to pick the lock?
I'm debating because of the Arcana.
Yeah. You're good at lock picking. You should just do it.
Yeah? It's just my charisma save tell me I have to do so?
No.
Okay, well, first, I'm gonna have a seat somewhere out of the way, and so it would be like somewhere no one would be able to spot me.
Sure.
And hide.
Make another stealth check. Alright. Okay,
I'm
what
gonna
do you
flip.
do?
I'm gonna flip open the book I have in my hand right now, and try to get as much information I can out of it.
Okay. The Myths of Arcade one?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what?
I'm reading.
Oh.
I want to
How
get at
long?
least some information
How
before I
long?
fuck up a.
How many minutes would you say you're reading?
If I'm like in a good spot, I'll probably spend like an hour or two.
Are you sure?
You are there illegally.
I am there illegally. I am stealthy in a spot.
So how do you hide?
Okay, describe the room again. Is there any spot that I'd be able to squeeze into and like sit down on the floor, but like out of the way for anyone walking by that it would be hard to notice?
You could probably like tuck yourself in one of the tables at like the far side of the room from where you're at, like the opposite corner that the locked bookshelf was at. Like maybe like squeeze yourself under a table and like put a chair in front of you, maybe.
Yeah, I would try to obscure as much as I can wherever I'm going. And yeah, I'm using my stealth and my naturally stealthy stuff. Which is just saying that I can practically hide behind anything as long as it's larger than me.
Yeah. You're like a little gnome person too, so.
Yeah. And I I'll read for an hour.
Okay. Make a investigation check with advantage. Or perception? No, just make it a intelligence, I guess. Right?
Base intelligence with advantage.
Yeah. Ooh. You got a 22.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations. So there are some interesting myths. One is that it's like underlined that this is like not an actual thing. They're sure of it. They think that the one sec, let me read a thing. Just you're reading, yeah.
Mhm.
And you go back and you realize you didn't actually read it.
What?
Then you read it again. Alright, so Clemrin the Righteous was the original leader instilled by the High Church. After the disappearance of Alamar Siegfried, it is believed, it's a common conspiracy theory, that Clemrin Killking and Clemrin the Righteous are two separate people entirely. That's a myth spread amongst the people. In the book specifically, it names that there's a myth that he's still in the deep dungeons below the keep. The original Clemrin the Righteous. There's a myth about a place called Metal and Minutia, and how the dwarf heritage of it comes from the mines of Hirnswall, like straight from the mines of Hirnswall, the southern city in Orstoff.
Yep. What was the mineral?
The shop, the blacksmith shop, is called Metal and Minutia.
Metal and Minutia.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
one of the older buildings in the city. It's said that, originated, like the people there originated from Hirnswall, and that it's possible that, they're like the same family line, so like dwarven blacksmithery and stuff like that is pretty common here. And then there's an adventurers guild. A squat stone building shaped like a smooth stone and iron banded dome next to the central market square, called the Obsidian Outlaws. It's an adventurers guild, and there's a myth that the leader is
Fucking a dragon.
is the first of its kind to ever exist. It's a Goliath mercenary, like a legal Goliath mercenary that originated, like the first one to ever own their own mercenary guild in a city.
Does it say anything else about the Obsidian Outlaws?
There's something of there's something about there's a statue of a dragon in the like main foyer of the building.
Sweet.
And how it may be related to a dragon in Alviora. Possibly.
Okay. Okay. And that's probably it from that?
Yeah, that's what you would get from like an hour.
Okay.
It's like speed reading, you're not getting a lot of like good details and stuff.
Alright, so I'm gonna gently close the book and look around.
You don't know when this happened, but the door is now open.
To the office?
Yeah, and the candle's still lit.
Shit. Do I see anyone around?
Make a perception check.
Good thing I'm proficient in it with a +2.
No, you don't see anyone.
Fuck. I am gonna stealthily crawl out from underneath the table.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you see, like straight in front of you is where the office is. You see to the right is where you came up through the spiral staircase, and then further to the right is like the bookshelf area. There's like a U shape and then like a bunch of like back-to-back bookshelves there.
Am I in sight of the office if I were to go to the locked bookshelf with
Yeah, you'd have to go right in front of the door, and you're like literally crossing the room. You're technically still in sight if you go to the staircase as well. Now that it's opened.
I am gonna sit back in my stealthy little spot. And I'm gonna read some more, but lighter reading, and just keeping an eye out for whoever would be in that office.
Okay, make a investigation and perception check at disadvantage for both.
Uh-oh. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I'm hiding.
Ooh. Yeah, you read another juicy bit of information. There's a tavern in like the central, or like the central city, called the Heroic Hen Tavern. It's said to have been founded by a famous adventurer, and that his ghost still haunts the tavern.
Famous adventurer started ghost haunting spooky still.
Ghost
Okay.
haunting spooky still. And then when you like look up and you're like, "Oh, that's interesting," you see the doors closed and the lights out.
Okay, I'm looking around the room and see if he's looking at bookshelves at all.
You see in front of you, sitting at a table, a set of legs, draped in some sort of like gown or something. I don't know. Who knows? It's something wearing a dress sitting at a table.
Something wearing a dress sitting at a table. At my table? That I'm hiding under?
A table a few down from you.
Alright, so at this point, I'm just gonna keep looking down at my book and looking up and, like, just trying to be as quiet and still as possible.
Make a stealth check. At advantage. Okay. You aren't really able to glean any more really useful information out of the book.
No, that's fine.
But at one point, the person sitting at the table gets up, pushes the chair in, puts something back on a shelf somewhere, and then you lose sight of them. You don't know where.
In
they
which
went.
direction?
You don't know where they went.
Oh no, so I don't know if they're in the office and I don't know if they went down the stairs.
Right, because the table is blocking your view.
Can I still see if there's light coming from the office? Or is it still turned off?
Yeah, they're still turned off.
I'm going to quietly crawl out of my little hidey hole.
Okay.
And I am slowly sneaking around and also keeping an eye out for someone.
Alright, make another stealth check and a perception check as well.
Okay. Fucking
Actually,
Kim
choose one of them to be at disadvantage.
Fuck.
Because it's kind of dark. I don't think halflings have dark vision yet, right?
No.
Yeah, the sun's like not twilight anymore. It's like actually dark.
Okay. So I hopefully this won't bite me in the ass. Disadvantage on stealth.
Okay.
Okay.
16.
And then I'm going to normal a perception.
There's a librarian looking at the spot where you picked up the book, holding her chin. Making some interesting noises to herself.
Oh, fuck. What is Rosetta gonna do?
She
Go
doesn't
back in
seem
my little
to.
hidey
She
hole.
doesn't seem to have spotted you yet.
Good, I'm gonna go back in my little hidey hole.
Steal it! Do it! Steal it!
Okay.
Yep. And now I kind of know where they are, as I'm sitting in my little hidey hole. And I'm either waiting them for to leave or go back into the office and closing the door.
Okay.
Mhm.
You're not gonna move, but if they go back in the office and close the door, or they leave.
Yeah, like I go back in my hidey hole. I will not
Okay.
move unless if I see them go in either direction.
A little while after that, they take another book off the shelf, and they seem to be taking inventory.
Mm-hmm.
They do this for 3 hours, or what seems like 3 hours, and then they go back into their office and close the door.
Okay. I am going to put the book I have in my hand slowly and quietly down on the table that they were sitting at.
On the table?
Huh?
On the top of the table.
How about on their seat? On the chair that they were sitting at. Very quietly and slowly, I'll just put it there. And then I'm going to go to the locked up book I want to read.
Okay.
And I'm going to lockpick it.
Alright. Make a lock-picking check, I guess.
Oh boy.
Thieves' tools, or whatever. Oh, damn. Yeah, child's play. Lock is the easiest lock you've ever picked.
Fuck yeah. And I am going to take the book I wanted and then close the doors and lock it back up and go back into my hidey hole.
Rosanna,
oh my god!
You and your freaking books.
I was told to do it.
Alright.
She knows that
so you
it's
lock
bad.
it back up?
That's why she's hiding. Huh?
You lock it back up?
Yeah, I lock it back up.
Okay.
And then I go back in my hidey hole.
Make another charisma save. Okay.
Do I make another stealth check?
So... No, you can just hide back in your hole. So, you're reading for how long?
It's dark. They're back in their thing.
It seems to be outside. It's hard to tell, but your body thinks it's 9 p.m.
So there's plenty of time for books. I'm gonna spend a minimum of 2 hours, and then I'll check on my progress.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Okay.
This book seems very, dusty, very, unloved. It's written in a very interesting way. It's written from the third person.
All right. I'm also saddened by how, non-taken care of this book is.
Yeah. So you, have to dust the cover off and all that. Right, so you got a 12?
Yeah, for my first 2 hours.
Yeah, so it's written like it's very difficult to read because of like the perspective shift, and also because of like the language that it uses. You have to think like really hard about like every sentence you read, because it's written in a way that like maybe like 100 years ago you could read it like you could read a book today, but it's written in a very strange language. Also, like kind of parts of it are written in like what's the word, like Davidian prose, like using books that you haven't, like using references from books you haven't read, and you have to like piece it together. The only information you're able to glean from this is that Voidhope Citadel is like, no one knows exactly where it is, and the reason the bridge was constructed, which by the way the bridge isn't mentioned in this book, the reason the bridge was constructed, you can glean, is because it's sort of like trying to tie something down so it doesn't move. Anytime a sailor would go out in search of Voidhope Citadel, it was like a 1 in 4 chance that they actually even see it. It doesn't seem to stay put. It's very difficult to find if it doesn't want you to find it. But yeah, it's also, there's some rumors that it's sort of like the Bermuda Triangle. Sometimes if you're looking for it, or even if you're just sailing around like the Horn of Bornholm, there's a pretty good chance that you just go missing. There's extended stories that you can't understand trying to tell you stories about the people who have gone missing there and trying to explain how they went missing. There's some words that you haven't heard of relating to what happens if you go beneath Voidhope Citadel. You understand some of the context. There's mentions of like planar shifts, of time dilation, and of a concept called quantum pinning. You're not familiar with any of these terms, but if you're a player, you might understand what's going on. Also, there is one last thing that you are kind of able to understand. I need to find... Where did I put it? Sorry, I haven't looked at this document in a while, and I need to find it before I move on.
So many notes. And so much Rosetta risking her possible imprisonment for books.
Down bad for literature.
It's very curious why they didn't burn this book. They didn't want anyone to read it.
Yeah, pussy. If you want us not to read it, maybe you shouldn't have made it, bitch.
Here it is. You see a book, or like a chapter in this book called The Cyclical Concord.
Wait, one second.
I'll
So, what?
That's what it's called.
Okay.
And the only word you understand is purification.
Okay.
Also, the word soul is mentioned a few times.
Okay.
And now it's like 11.
Okay.
The door's still closed.
Yeah. Is it light?
No.
Do I look around and see anyone?
See a dark room with a lot of books. It's almost like you're home at last.
I'm home at last.
The little rat Rosetta crawling around on the floor reading all the books. Now, do take the blue pill and get the fuck out, or do you take the red pill and see how far the rabbit hole goes?
I want to see how far the rabbit hole goes.
Uh-oh.
I'm looking for information on Natalia.
Interesting.
She took the red pill. She did.
Okay, how long do you want to read this time?
2 hours.
Oh boy, we're reading books till 1 in the morning. We must be in college.
I don't know.
I'm studying for the final exam, like you told me to at the beginning of the shindig.
Okay, make a, since you've already read parts of the book, make an investigation at advantage. This is a lot of lore shit this episode.
That's what Rosetta's here for.
Yeah. Yeah.
17. That is better.
Rosetta getting all the lore today.
So the cyclical concord, you reread that section. It's a binding law written by Natalia. I'm gonna read verbatim what you can understand, not how it's written. It's very different than this.
Okay.
So, take this how you will. You might not have the information as a player to understand this. At the dawn of the ascension of the Faces, it was decided that none of them should use their powers in a way that permanently removed it from the conduit cycle. All souls possessed by mortals are in a state of cleaning and purification. They may be allowed to falter, but never removed from the cycle entirely. Those found breaking this will be subject to punishment and voted on, upon means of simple majority among the Faces.
Can you copy and paste that?
Uh-huh. I will DM it to you. Books.
That's the title of this
Librarian rat. You're a little library rat, that's what you are.
Yeah.
Crawling around on the floor, reading all the scary books. Alright, other sections of the book you can understand. So
more typing?
Natalia seems to be different from all the other Faces. Her power is different in some way that it doesn't explain it in the book, but just the she doesn't seem as immaterial as the rest.
Immaterial. Yeah, okay.
Then there's one last section on that. People who have met with her say that she is enchanting, to say the least.
Fuck you, okay. Not you, but fucking Natalia. Alright.
I don't know what that could mean. I'm not here to contextualize it for you. I'm just giving you the information.
Okay. Give me the information, but you're holding the information. Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All good. Alright, I'm gonna put this book back.
Oh. Fuck.
What?
This is one of those moments where I wish everyone knew everything so that metagaming could exist, but it's just a bit of, So, in the context of the bridge, it does mention it in the one passage, like shortly after it mentions the... I forgot to say this later.
Let me find my section. Bridge, right
so
here.
The part about the, like, disappearances and triangles and, yeah. The maker of the bridge is, Derek Deathgleam, like I said. He was helped by an engineer. His name...
His name? Albert Einstein.
No, his name was Asper.
And Steen.
What?
Asper and Steen.
Asper. That's
Okay.
engineer Asper.
Okay.
And yeah, so hey, maybe that'll come up. Who knows?
Okay.
Do not cite the sacred texts. I was there when it was written.
All right. So I'm gonna sneak out of my little hole, little halfling hole, and pick lock the lock again to open it, and then put the book back.
Yep.
And then lock it again.
And then you get the fuck out.
And I'm gonna sneakily get the fuck out.
Okay. I'm gonna just hand wave the whole lockpicking thing because you crit, and you probably at least remember how to do it, like passingly. You might not know exactly how you did it. So you go down from the 5th floor to the 4th floor. Empty cages, cold steel draped from the armory.
Is there a dagger?
So
Yeah.
the armory is locked. There are gates. There are
Okay.
some interesting looking weapons.
Mm-hmm.
You
I'll
want
take note of that.
You want to make a perception check, or are you just gonna go?
Bam.
Hmm.
I don't see anything interesting. Do I just keep going?
Yeah, you go down to the 3rd floor, the infirmary. It seems fairly empty.
Mm-hmm.
You go down to the 2nd floor. The offices are all closed, and yeah. Go down to the 1st floor. You smell like a burning smell on the 1st floor.
What kind of burning smell?
Like something burning in a stove or something.
Okay.
The light's still on in the kitchen. And you like to leave through the main entrance?
Probably not the best idea.
Well, I mean, you could look around for another exit if you want.
Yeah. As I get down to the 1st floor, do I see another exit?
You see 4 doors,
Mm-hmm.
like leading to side rooms, and then the main door at the opposite side of the staircase. The door directly to your right is the kitchen. You know this. The other 3, you have no fucking clue.
Okay.
You could just pick one. Who knows?
Well, they ain't gonna leave me outside, I bet.
Maybe.
As I walk towards the main door, when I get near the kitchen, I'm gonna cast Prestidigitation to turn off all the lights and snuff out the candles and everything.
Okay.
And I'm gonna keep walking, and I'm gonna try to get my way out of the door.
Okay, so the main door you just open,
Yep.
go out.
But yeah. Mm-hmm.
You just like put a barrel over your head, like in Metal Gear. You know?
Yeah, I'll go into a barrel.
Don't look at me,
and I'll just start rolling out.
Alright, make a stealth check. With advantage, because it's like 1 a.m. Oh.
It is what I
Hey! Well, you crit.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you win. Good job. You open the door, you leave, you close the door. The only guard outside is the one standing right in the middle, a little bit away from the door. You're able to slink into the shadows and hide like the little rat you are. Congratulations, you've escaped.
Wow! I won the game.
Oh boy.
What
I'm
time
gonna
does
head back to
everyone
the
else?
tavern.
What time does everyone else go to bed?
No, there was a thing I was going to do though, but we were so caught up in Rosetta doing your book stuff. So
Sorry, I feel evil. I'm so happy.
What thing?
So Reva sending a message.
Ah, yes. That thing you posted before.
Yes, accidentally to everyone, but it doesn't matter concerning where my line of questioning was going with it with Mittens. And slash Mikhail.
I mean, he basically just told you that, be careful what pot you stir up, because usually you just fuck everyone over. You might think you're helping, but unless you have like intimate knowledge of this socio-political system, you're probably just fucking everyone up. I don't know. Up to you.
Who knows?
But yeah, if you want to send that message to someone... Who are you going to send that to?
I believe I said sending that to SARS.
Okay, and they respond. You would do this at like, what, 6, 7? What time?
Yeah, but I mean, whatever time.
You'd get back probably around 5, 6.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he doesn't really respond.
Fair.
He probably doesn't know how to respond, honestly. And that's what you wanted to do?
Yep. And as well as after that, since she doesn't quite have anything to do for right now, she is going to spend her time training Burb.
Okay. I have a thing for this. I've devised a system.
Have you?
Yes. Please make a animal handling check. Okay. Okay, and then did you want to do that for like the rest of the night?
Yeah, she wanted to do that for the rest of the night, yeah.
Okay, go ahead and make 2 more then. I'd say it's probably reasonable to teach a bird 3 times in one night. Alright. Cool. Thank you.
How much do I train Burb?
He's getting it, man. He's starting to understand you. You're like, you're teaching sign language to him, and he's actually getting it. Like,
hell yeah.
Yeah. He's like bobbing his head yes, and shaking his beak no. It's like nah, and also yeah.
Yeah, nah.
He's starting to pick up like indirect objects. Like you say, fly to the thing on top of the thing, and he flies to that and like lands on it. You think he's about 3/5 of the way there.
Okay. And of course, a lot of rewarding with food.
Yes, that's good. 3.
So. I want to contact the brood mother.
Damn it.
Okay.
She opened up this communication. She said hi to me first. So.
Yeah. That's solid reasoning.
That's what I want to do tonight.
So you bring the boombox, you throw a stone into the lake.
I
love tonight.
You know, I get up into my bed, I light a candle, you know, setting a mood. I get a little comfortable. I kind of flop out onto my bed. I don't know. I dump a cup of water on my face. Excuse me, brood mother.
What
Knock, knock, knock. Are you available right now?
What do you think the fucking water will do?
Put me in the right state of mind.
Okay. I didn't think about, like, the players contacting the thing. I always thought it would be the other way around. I guess you could technically make a religion check. It is like a sort of, like, maybe just a flat charisma check. It's not really religion. It's more like trying to talk to the flu.
It talked to
the
me.
flu.
I should be, come on, charisma. There we go.
Woohoo!
Anyways, my flu's name is Fitzgerald.
So what do you say? What do you do?
Hey, it's Theta. Just calling to ask, just texting to ask if you have some time to talk.
Do you speak Draconic?
No.
What are your languages?
Elvish and Common.
Okay.
But I can read the language.
You can. You can indeed. So, you do this while awake, then?
Yeah.
Okay, good. You like, closing your eyes?
Yeah, probably. You know, just get in the mood. Really focusing on this.
Interesting. I'm trying to just, like, meal over this in my own head here. If you roll D3.
Okay.
Okay. You reach out and, like, you feel a connection. Sort of like when she talked to you. It's like leaving the door open, walking into your house, and then just, like, forgetting that you, like, left it open. You know, like, it's just sort of there.
Right.
You feel that, like, connection. And it's sort of, it feels like when you're next to, like, a sleeping animal. You can just feel a big presence next to you. Like, around you.
Oh, I hope I didn't catch you sleeping.
You hear a sort of undulation sound that you're familiar with only because you visited the place that you visited when you entered the tavern.
Hmm.
You hear a deep, like, modulated sort of screeching.
Hmm. Mm-hmm. This big presence, it's like around me, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna reach a hand out. I don't know if I'm put my hand on it.
You feel in front of you a sort of oily, slick, smooth, like, concaved thing in front of you.
Oh. Nice.
And you feel like a pressure building around you. It's starting to feel like you're underwater.
Oh, well. Now I know I'm in the right place. Is this the Void Sea? This feels like the Void Sea.
I don't... make an intelligence check.
You fucking fool! I could never!
Oh, right. -1. Oops. You hear, like, a... I can't make these noises with my mouth, but you hear a deep undulation, sort of, modulated... a modulated sound with a lot of reverb. Sounds like a whale, but, like, longer. like a what a whale sounds like, kind of. Have you ever heard the whale screaming? Yeah. Sounds like that, but like if it was a chord instead of a single note.
Last time I heard you, you spoke common. Distinctly remember that not much. Or is that just a me thing?
You feel the pressure sort of recede. And then you feel like the presence of the concave, oily substance in front of you. And could you roll roll 3d3, please? Okay. This is better. Somewhat. Okay. So you feel the same pressure, like around you, sort of presence, not quite dark, but like a hot presence, sort of like you're in like a desert, but it's very moist. I don't know, you're in some warm water. You're basically in a really uncomfortably hot tub.
Hello? I'm not getting a good signal here.
Your voice goes out, and you hear, like as a backdrop to your voice, the same sound of like reverberation and like tritone, like squeals that you heard from before, but they're coming from you.
Oh. Can you understand me now?
You hear the undulation, like, repeating your voice, but in, like, a modulation, and, like, sort of like your own words coming back to meet you at, like, a very short delay. You think that this squealing and screeching you're hearing is your voice, but translated to them.
I'm Theta. We've spoken? Or you spoke to me?
Make a con save, please. Oh.
Alright. Gonna spend a destiny point to pass.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Why do you think that Theta would pass?
I've done this bullshit before.
So you're familiar with the concept of corruption, and you know what to preempt yourself with?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm emotionally and physically prepared.
Would you say Theta is good at learning new languages?
I'd say Theta's mind is receptive to all sorts of terrible, awful things, one of them being languages, the worst of them being Elvish.
Okay. So, I'm gonna have you make your wisdom's a lot better than your intelligence, right?
No, they're the same.
Wow, -1 for wisdom and intelligence?
Yeah, he's all charisma. They've always been all charisma.
I mean, language learning inherently is an intelligence thing, right?
Yes, I would say so.
So make this time make an intelligence check at advantage because you've tried to learn this already, but you failed before. For plot convenience, I'm going to say that somewhere deep in your ancestry, the creature that you're speaking with has spoken to one of your kind before, and it's pretty realistic, I think, to say that, it's a little different. It's a little different talking to someone's mind rather than with words.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I have one less destiny point now because you passed.
Epic.
All right. Sorry, reading. So, the modulations become one all of a sudden. You hear your voice ringing with like the clearness of a bell, more so than, you know, you're adjusting your ears to hear things rather than adjusting things around you to hear.
Hello?
You hear your voice ring out. You hear a deep, just, what do you call it? Scream? Who is speaking to me?
Theta, Shepherd of Shaper.
Why do you seek me? Does my representation falter?
Well, I would answer that question, but I don't quite understand it. But to answer yours, I am here because I have questions. You've recently infected me, and I noticed that this has created some sort of connection. I thought, well, it better go two ways, you know.
You feel a rush of water, towards your body. It's evident that if you could open your eyes right now, you would probably see the thing that you were talking to.
Yeah, I'm not open my eyes.
You are one of Valkaya's. Why are you contacting me?
Oh, Valkaya, is that her name? It seems that I've gotten the wrong number then.
If you seek Valkaya, simply speak her name to the abyss.
Is this abyss conceptual or literal?
Do not toy with me, youngling. I am the great Barena the Cruel.
Hello, Barena. Again, my name is Theta. I'm
one of my sisters. Disgusting.
Downright despicable, really. So you said I merely need to speak her name into the void?
Yes.
Perfect. I wish this whole youngling business came with an instruction manual. But I think that you might be able to answer some of my questions while I have you here.
Must I?
You mustn't have to do anything, but what else are you going to do at this hour?
Very well.
I was curious about the nature of this. What has been aptly described as contagion. I, of course, want to take a moment of pause before I excommunicate anything from my body that might be of either interest or use. What do I have to gain from keeping this?
Great power.
And now I'll ask another question.
Enough to survive the rift. The fissure.
Survive the rift. That's quite eclectic. But with all this power, there's only one thing I have interest in doing with it. This power will serve me, but who... I gain this power, but who does it serve if I have this power? Of course, my greatest interest would be in it that it serves Shaper, but am I beholden to your sister, you said?
Youngling, you know not the question you ask. The power is gifted without strings attached. You shall become one of us in time. For now, your teacher is Valkaya.
Not a thrall. Good to know.
Only man can be slave.
Oh, thank God I'm not a man.
Yep.
Sorry, that's a mortal joke for you. You've been a delight. Thank you so much for it.
I look forward
Humor.
to meeting you.
Oh, and I to you.
Sister. Brother. What do I call you?
Theta.
You can just call me, you can just don't call me late for dinner. leaves, hangs up.
You open your eyes.
Yeah.
You're greeted with a unsettling image.
Fuck.
So when you open your eyes, the pressure immediately fades, but you're like the last thing your eyes see is like the I don't know if you recall, but a while ago I gave you guys a handout called Leviathan 2.
I do remember this.
Yes. That's what you see.
It is still there.
Mom?
Like, it's just like a freeze frame, essentially. Almost like it was a lost connection.
Did he look amused?
He was kind of like, it was kind of like writhing. It's pretty much exactly how you see it in the picture.
Alright. Perfect.
And the heat fades and the cold room opens back up.
Theta claps his hands together and goes, well, fuck. I'm sure Wolfsbane and Rosetta don't want this, but shit, my chips might be down.
Oh boy. And such is the end of Theta,
Oh, I was always going to die.
Weren't we all? So, does anyone have anything else to do before we wrap
Yes.
the session?
Quickly.
I also did DM a thing, but it's probably too late.
Mine's
Sorry.
gonna be kind of quick.
Yes.
Alright, so as soon as I get back, on the way back, I definitely use prestidigitation to warm myself up, like warm my clothing up. As soon as I get back to the inn or like the tavern and get to my room, which is a private room, I am going to close the curtains. I'm going to stuff my jacket along the bottom of the door just in case if any light gets out. Lock the door if it's lockable. And
yeah,
I'm going to cut myself.
Oh,
I'm gonna stand in the middle of my room and cut myself
You know, there's
with my dagger.
there's hotlines for this. Should call suicide prevention or whatever.
Which I just take my dagger and I just do like a quick slash at my hand to draw some blood. Yeah. And then I'm gonna focus on the Natalia part of the book I was reading and whatever, and like also like kind of like in my mind as if it was like my mind reading whatever I was able to pick out, but also the site of the text on the Natalia part to my good boy.
Okay.
Yes.
So that you just like you basically send him a memory of a book that you
I
read.
sent him a memory of a book. The importance is the information.
Yeah.
Yes. And I gotta do 1d8 hours.
Okay.
So at 7 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's a
Right.
bit of lag. Anyway.
And then I'm gonna start speaking words. I haven't picked out the words yet. Maybe books are life, and then my hand heals, and then clean
Books
up
are
my
life.
room and then go to bed.
That's my casting focus. Books are life. I cast fucking cure wounds.
Oh, healing word.
Same idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
The healing
then clean
word
up.
is Kazam.
Yeah. Clean up
Alright.
the blood and then go to bed.
Cool. And Rava? You said
Yeah.
you said you wanted to ask a thing or do a thing.
Yes, Raven wanted to do a thing like right before she was going to bed, after she finished up her training with Mirka.
Yeah.
So essentially, Reva is she thinks of the question in her head and like unknowing if it's going to be answered. She thinks of the reason why and then asks like is kind of like so. At one point, she saw like out of the corner of her eye, right about like when she was trying to find stuff on the other kind of metal, and then, but there wasn't much else. But there wasn't much other than that. So I suppose in her head, she's kind of like asking why she shouldn't like seek out this material. And knowing if she'll actually get an answer, she does go to sleep.
Yeah. So in your dream that you have, it's not really a dream. It's kind of unsettling, really, because you have the. Actually, could you roll now that I'm recalling what was said? Roll a charisma check.
Check or saving throw?
Check.
Oh boy.
Okay.
16.
Good. Cool. So, you go to sleep and, like, you, One sec, let me just do some math. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you, as soon as you, like, are actually able to get to sleep, you have a dream, but it's not like a dream like you normally have where it's like a thing happening. You dream of a singular moment that you had. There was a moment when you were entering the city where you saw a specific cart being wheeled along the streets of Arcage. It had a strange quartz-like stone inside of it. A bunch of them, actually. and it's just like a freeze frame of the cart that you saw. And that's it.
So a cart that she saw while going in the city?
Yeah, you were walking in the city. It was like, while you guys were standing there figuring out what you were gonna do, you saw a cart full of that quartz-like substance.
And so could you reasonably assume...
You could reasonably assume that Akroma is pointing you in the right direction by merit of your asking her to.
Okay. And so would it be reasonable to think that Raven could think that whatever this crystal is, that it comes from the slave, like it's the slaves that are mining this crystal, or those that are doing hard labor?
It would be reasonable to think this, yes.
Okay.
You know, it is a slave city. They couldn't have taken these carts too far without, like, horses and shit. It was, like, people pulling the carts, so...
Right.
Yeah. Alright, and then... if we're good to wrap, I have one final scene, and then we're good. Yeah?
I haven't heard Bratton in forever.
Yeah, I haven't heard him for a while. Sorry, we kind of, like, lost people. Or, like, I kind of lost sight there for a minute. Everyone kind of, like, split up as soon as we got in the city.
I went to bed.
Probably. Alright. So, let's... wrap it up. So, this is a player-sided motif here. The view is from the outside, looking at the door of the tavern in Arcage. We see a pink tiefling, Arya, come out and like try to hide herself, and like she goes into a back alley. She comes back out as Lucian. She goes into the tavern to find that it's like completely empty. It's the same, like, you know, no planar shifts happen, of course. But Lucian, Diamir, is standing in this area, and suddenly, as soon as he closes the door, he freezes. And you hear what sounds like the flapping of a moth's wings, but multiplied by 100, maybe even 1,000. And you see come out of the back room in the tavern a tall man dressed in a very regal-looking tuxedo with a cane and a top hat. There is a swarm of white moths centered around the head of this man. Lucian seems to have frozen. He can't move, and the camera focuses on his eyes. They're darting from side to side. He's looking like he wants to scream. The man in the tuxedo is slowly pacing towards him. Hello, Jin. Nice to finally make your acquaintance. I think we have a lot of catching up to do. And that's the scene.
Cool.
Jin doesn't return to the tavern. He doesn't come back to the room with Theta. In fact, when you guys wake up, you don't see him again. And that is session 14. I don't know if everyone's here for XP, but we can do that. Yeah, Theta, you didn't really send me any goals.
I don't have any goals other than the continuous one.
That's
which
okay.
Which I did do. The Find Void Hope Citadel stuff, I worked towards that.
Didn't you say something to like announce to all of us or whatever once we're all here? I forget.
Ironic, isn't it?
Is it? Is it really?
That's okay. I'll post it in chat later. Hopefully
How
people.
much
Hopefully,
working?
hopefully people fucking read chat. Who knows?
I'm level 7. How
mean,
much working towards EXP do I get?
You're 7. You get 350. And
Alright.
next time, if you are going to be late, I'll have to like try to remember to ask you the day before for your goals. That way, if you are late
Yeah.
and we do end up getting it, so we don't like overlook it again.
Yeah, sorry about all this work and shit.
That's fine. It ended
I'm
up
fine
working
with
out.
playing still if I just end up being late an hour. That's not like a big deal for me. I still have fun.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff like happens at the end of sessions anyway, so I'll just try to fill you in best I can when you do show up.
I'll just come in and I'll just fucking wreck everything. I'll just
Just
fucking
come in the
destroy
door,
it.
you open the door, you scream pussy, and then leave.
Yeah, that is what I did.
All right.
Goals.
I did literally scream pussy, walk over to a tentacle man, and vanish for like a good solid minute.
You work towards the first one, Reva. You okay? Bye, Theta. Have fun.
Bye, 6.
All right. So first goal was private. You worked towards, I think. That'll be fun when it does complete. If you're planning on carrying that out.
We'll see what happens.
If you're level 6, that's 300 for working towards. You didn't complete it yet. Like he does know. Right now, if you were to like sign to him yes or no, or say to land on a thing, he could do it. He doesn't have a functional like language of like a full language at the moment. He's like most of the way there though.
Right. So spend another session probably.
Yeah.
So probably working towards.
Yeah. All right. And then the third. You completed the first half of that goal.
Yeah.
It's not technically metal, but it is like armor type material.
Right. It's material that you would make something out of.
Yes.
So, could I say it's complete, even if the second half isn't completed? Because it kind of counteracts with what her
and like
are for the first goal.
And like in the future, it might be a smart idea to do one goal instead of 2. But I think I'll give you medium for that because you did have that for a session.
Cool.
I need to open the encounter chart.
It's been a while since I've completed any goals.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are like that.
What?
It's 18. Right? Yeah. 6 times 8. 6 times 3 is 8, yes. Or 18. Yeah. Right. So 1800 plus 600 XP. So 2400 XP, Reva. Theta got 350 for his working towards the first one. Rosetta, you completed the first, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You did learn some stuff.
About Natalia. Yeah, Natalia was mentioned.
Yeah.
It's so close to leveling up. So close.
I'm trying to determine. So I think you learned a lot more about Arcage than you did about Natalia. Namely, you learned a lot about the Citadel, but not necessarily about Natalia.
And
so
then Natalia
I'll say,
was also behind a locked cage, and
yeah, there was. I don't even know what would have happened if he got caught, but it probably would have been bad.
probably.
I'll give you medium for both. I think that's fair, right?
Okay.
And then
Level 7.
Then the
Oh, yeah.
second one is probably easy because it kind of compounds with those three. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? Easy for second goal?
Easy for second goal, I guess.
So that's 1800 times 2 plus 900. That's a lot of XP, man. Why are you so good at goals?
Because I didn't do any of them or work towards any of them last session.
Share your knowledge with all of the other players so they can level up just as much as you. It's all your fault. Okay, total of 4,500 XP.
Great.
Only.
But like she didn't do anything last session, so there's that.
Only 4,500.
I feel terrible about the whole thing with Wolf this session. He kind of just sat at a bar the whole time, and I mean,
yeah, I mean, kind of lost track a bit.
Yeah, see the thing. It's not like he doesn't have the capability of like, asking for scenes like everyone has been doing. Like he has the MacGuffin, so to speak, and I don't know. I give the opportunity, and there it is. But so be it. It's not always seized. I think he worked on pretty much all three of these, actually. Maybe not the third.
Yeah, I think he might have fallen asleep.
Probably.
Maybe.
That's okay.
Probably.
Maybe we can, I don't know, find a better time that works for everyone. Who knows? He worked in the second one at least. I don't know. I think Wolf said he was still 6th level.
Yeah, 6th level.
So I'll just DM him, I guess.
Yeah, I added him like twice. Like once at some point, like saying, "Hey, you still alive?" And then another saying "XP," but no response.
P do you need to get to level 8? I'm probably like not close, but
4,800.
holy fuck! I got another 20,000 to go. Wait, 4,800 or 48,000?
Oh no, sorry, never mind. That's level 9. 34,000.
34?
34.
Oh, okay, then I only have like 6,000 to go.
Alright.
I had
Yeah.
words prepared if people were wondering why Rosetta was fucking sad about snow.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know you could be sad about stuff.
Oh yeah, that's why she was like looking down, was a little bit sad, and there was like a couple of droplets, question mark. I talked to you about it one time, and I was like, we should add this. Like, that's why I was like, pick a day.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, snow, and I've got lyrics made up. And then I was just gonna be like, okay, because I don't want to actually sing a song. I was like, okay, I'll just like start speaking in fucking poetry, I guess.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Sweet.
I'm 640.